first innings Kent wickets. If something miraculous happens, and really only Leicestershire can win this game, if they bowl up a storm on what looks like a pretty flat pitch, Kent could be in trouble. But I think any jeopardy, we'll find that out in the first hour or two, whether that's likely to happen. But anyway, it's a fine scene here, and the spectators, it's not a huge crowd, the ones that have turned up, it looks like a lovely, lovely day to watch cricket. So let's take some comfort from that. 2:20 for 3, Kent. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Actually, no, Dom. I have to say they voted with their wheels, I'm afraid. But there are other lovely places in Kent they could be today, couldn't they? On the coast, so they may have thought perhaps the people are going to be elsewhere for us. But who knows? Maybe later in the day when they realise play is on and the sun is shining. But yeah, none for your commentators, unfortunately. But I'm trying not to think of myself. I'm trying to think of everyone else, Dom, for once in my life. 2:20 for 3. Realise, sorry, on that with that exchange, you didn't hear the presenter's voice there, but asking us about the ice cream van, there is none today. Garrett has 4. Compton has 113. Garrett pushing forward to that. My comments stand on the lack of jeopardy in this match and what we'll find out from this pitch, which I'd have to say the night watchman. Batting there, it's Ian Holland who's taken over from Rehan Ahmed, by the way, at this end, the pavilion end. There are 3 slips in because he's just taken the new ball. The first couple of deliveries, seeing if he can work something up. Ian Holland, those 3 slips in behind George Garrett, leaves it outside the off stump, and there is no run. Richard Ray rejoins us. I'm wondering if Ian Holland, rather than Indian summer of his career at 34, whether he is the new Darren Stevens, you know, the parallels. Has anyone done this before?
They have. I'm afraid.
I thought I was the first. There we go.
Sadly not, but no. He is, I would suggest, probably not quite the batsman, the bat, although he's been hugely effective with it, that Steve-O was, probably still is, somewhere for some club in these parts.
If nothing else, it's a great chance to mention the great man and Ian Holland in the same breath. That one gets a bit of lift just outside off stump, left by Garrett through the wicketkeeper.
But he's been wonderfully effective, certainly with the ball and latterly with the bat as well. Yeah. He's been great for the Foxes and a really good signing. So yeah, in those terms, yeah, he happily, I think, bears comparison with the great man.
I just think Steve didn't really kick on until his early 30s, did he? And he had a plentiful career after that. So Holland bowls round the wicket to Garrett, leans forward. He's going to have to be Ian Holland at his very best to get something out of this, though, isn't he, I think?
Feels that way, I'm afraid. You could see, certainly on the first day, that the footmarks from the bowlers at the Nackington Road end of the ground into which Matt Parkinson was bowling. But as the game has gone on, obviously it was under cover for most of yesterday, the pitch, but days 2 and now day 4, that it looks so flat.
Yeah, Holland bowling to Garrett. They were hoping some moisture, perhaps some condensation got on it, but that one's, well, soft hands. I'm not sure of how convincing a shot that was from George Garrett. It gets himself at 3. Again, the running is of the slightly sleepy variety between these two, but they got through for 3 as the fielder went down through third man to grab that just before the rope. 2-2-3 for 3 then, Kent.
What can Kent do from here? They've got 29 overs in which to try and get the score up to 350. You know, that's what, 127 runs away. So 4/5 and over would get them 3 batting bonus points and mean that they, you know, emerge from the game with 14 points, assuming it is drawn. But it doesn't really change too much, especially with the points deduction.
No, absolutely. That's
frankly
a net 6 that would be for them. Yeah, absolutely. 8-point deduction. We're talking to Adam Hollyoak at the close here to get his reaction to that. Obviously, it's not great news for Kent, but I suppose once would have said to me, well, if you're going to get penalty points, if you're bottom of Division 2, that's probably the best time to get them. But
yeah, get it out of the way. Logan Van Beek in from the Nackington Road end, round the wicket, bowls very straight, and Garrett works it out towards straight-ish, or wide-ish mid-on actually. Lewis Hill, who's done most of the fielding so far this morning, a couple of chases back to the boundary. He was noticeably careful when he chased that one from Garrett down in the previous over, after seeing what happened to poor Chris Wokes yesterday, just chasing a ball down. He flicked it back, landed on his, dived as he sort of fell as he did so, landed on his left shoulder and seems to have dislocated it. Certainly is out of the Test match. Whether it will affect him going forward. In goes Van Beek and bowls, looking for the Yorker. Nicely clipped off his toes by Garrett, out to deep square. Liam Travascus, Leicestershire's, or one of Leicestershire's 12th men in this game, is out there. Looks around, prompting me to look around to see who isn't. Often it means that Rehan is off the field.
He did bowl the first ball.
Oh, there's Rehan at mid-wicket.
So, yeah, he had to bowl the one from the remaining from the over yesterday. So, yeah, he's...
I'll work it. Josh Hull out there. He's very recognisable.
That's a good
Very
point.
tall. I can't see Josh at the moment. Van Beek in, bowls outside off stump. Nice amount of lift with the new ball, but well left by George Garrett. If somebody had said to George Garrett on, what day would it have been? Wednesday after evening, coming in at, you'll still be batting on Friday morning, George. As night watchman, he thought, oh,
that's a very good point.
This is going to be great.
Historic.
It's going to be great.
Batting all-rounder he comes out of this match at. There we are, yeah.
But in fairness, he's faced 59 deliveries without too many alarms. The odd short one that shook him up yesterday is he has a little fender, that one outside off stump. A little bit short from Van Beek, moved away. He had a little compulsive push at the ball. Didn't get anything on it, went through to Hanscom.
They're trying to make it as challenging as possible, aren't they, Leicestershire? But I think George Garrett showing during this innings that there's not a great deal happening. That's what the eye test says for us as well.
225 for 3. Van Beek, looking for his first wicket, is in. Bowls outside off stump, moves a little bit further away, and Garrett watchfully lets it go through. He remains on 9 of 61 deliveries now. Compton, the immovable Compton, 113 off 229. Garrett's strike rate then, under 15s, which is low, but that's not his job. Compton's pretty much 50%. Van Beek, bowl down the leg side. Does it flick the pad? There's no appeal from anybody, a sort of plaintive cry in the outfield from one of the Leicestershire fielders as it's taken by Hanscom. Diving away to his right behind the stumps. An ambulance, I think that's an ambulance rather than a fire engine, goes down Old Dover Road, somewhere like that. Could have been Nackington Road.
Yeah, the hospital is just to our right, the right hand side of the ground. So
right. Probably going in or coming out of there. He deduces Sherlock Holmes like.
One of the two, it could well be. There's a third option, but we won't go for that one.
No kidding, Rich.
Yeah. No, I think people need to be told, just putting all the figures in the equation. It's Holland bowling to Compton, defends it off stump, and there's no run. I didn't, obviously, you want to give a preview with a little bit of excitement for our listeners on the radio, but seeing the first few balls from Ian Holland just patted back down the pitch by George Garrett, felt like I should be saying, well, any jeopardy that I was trying to build up has now disappeared. So, but there we are. And through to the wicket keeper, left by Ben Compton. Have I done it again? Have I got our commentary coming back at us? I apologise if so.
Probably me.
Is it coming from somewhere? Oh, there we go. I was assured it was me, Richard. I've done that so many times this season. The listeners will well know. 225 for 3. Compton on 113, completing his 5th century during this match, 5th century of the game. Outside the off stump, but goodness me, it kept low. Not dangerously low, but just giving more illustration that it's a little bit flat out there, to say the very least. 3-dot balls. Compton just squatting, loosing up the legs.
Just died into the gloves of Hanscom, didn't it?
I'm sure certainly in red ball terms, these bowlers will be delighted when September comes And there's a little bit more life on the Duke ball, but some play by Compton into the offside. It's fielded by Lewis Hill, I think. Is that under the...
It'll be
It's
Solbadinger
under the...
under the sun hat and the pads on underneath his whites.
I think Rishi Patel, I thought he had one of those sun hats which was just a visor all round. He's at first slip, isn't he?
He is.
And a visor with a... Oh, no, I'm mistaken. I thought it was one of those...
I think he had somebody's sunglasses perched on it, which rather gave that impression.
Gave the effect. So Holland round the wicket. Right arm seamer to Compton. Defends that into the offside. That's... Get my fielder recognition chart out. That's Tom Scriven fielding that one, everybody. That's mid-off. And there's no run. But notwithstanding, the Kookaburra ball has been really difficult for the bowlers. It has been a great season for Ian Holland, hasn't it?
It has. He's on 31 wickets now for the season.
As he bowls to Compton, across the left-hander from over the wicket, and just turned down towards deep backward square by Compton. Takes a single, takes a strike for the next over. 226 for 3. Garrett has 9. Compton has 114. And we're through 83 overs now of this Kent innings.
And that's having missed a couple of games. He went to play Major League Cricket in his native America.
Of course, yeah.
For Washington Freedom. I think that's probably a good idea from a seam bowling point of view. Time your absences with the Kookaburra.
Just
but Leicestershire missed him, no question about it. Yes. 3 slips then behind Ben Compton as he checks his guard with umpire Widdop. The umpires still at their respective ends. We are not halfway through the game. They change ends halfway through, of course. Round the wicket comes Van Beek and bowls. Compton is back defending the straight delivery out towards mid-on. Hill picks up, lobs the ball to Scriven at mid-off. We have Travaskis down at long leg. Rehan is out at deep mid-wicket, really. Squarish mid-wicket. Down on his haunches out there, about 10 yards inside the ropes on that side of the ground. That being the longest boundary. Pitch being cut to the flat side of the square. In goes Van Beek. Forward is Compton. Rather squirts it out off a thickish inside edge. Might just have turned his wrists on it a bit as well. Pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Hill runs around from mid-on to field, and Compton takes his single, moves on to 115. 227 for 3. Kind of is about individual achievement now, really, and players getting themselves perhaps set up for the One Day Cup. Both coaches will be nervously watching in those terms, thinking about their squads for Sunday, isn't it, the first game?
Yeah, absolutely.
Leicestershire at Guildford against Surrey. In goes Van Beek. Bowls again, looking for the Yorker. Again, nicely dug out by Garrett, who just indicates with his left hand that just moved away a little bit, but I get the impression George Garrett's beginning to fancy this a little bit.
Yeah.
There's something of a batsman's strut about him as he walks towards short leg, and those little gestures. I don't know what it's doing.
Certainly from the point of view of this ball is 3.5 overs old, and if that's the most it's going to do, George Garrett might be thinking, well, absolutely, as you say, an opportunity to extend his range.
Van Beek is in, bowls to him. He's working that one off middle and leg down towards Travaskis, left-armed throw back to Hanscom, and Garrett takes one, moves into double figures, I think. Yes, he does. On to 10 from 64 balls to 28 for 3 Kent.
Yeah, it's not a big crowd by any means today, but it is a beautiful day to watch cricket. If you're near Canterbury, we are up and running, so the sun's out. It's a very pleasant 22, 23 degrees maybe.
Maybe a bit more in here.
Yeah, it is.
In goes Van Beek, and the left-handed Compton works him nicely away from middle and leg out towards square leg this time. Rehan jogs into field, and again a single is taken. Just looking at Garrett's Top score is 48, so he hasn't got a first class 50. Well, he's a fair way to go, but may not have many better opportunities. There's no pressure on him whatsoever. The pitch is as flat as can be. Yes, it's a new ball, but it's a new kookaburra. He can just apply himself, prove he's worthy of a place higher up the order. In goes Van Beek, bowls to him, outside off stump. Not so far outside off stump, but nicely left by Garrett. Taken by Hanscom, just reaching slightly to his right behind the stumps. Kent 229 for 3. They trail now by 242, almost halfway then.
Yeah, and welcome wherever you're listening. I mean, apropos of absolutely nothing, if you happen to be in a greenhouse today, we are very much empathising with you. So a 229 for 3. I'd like to say Ben and I are used to it by now, but still comes as a shock sometimes, even at 22, 23 degrees. But we'll not bemoan the sunshine, that's for sure. Holland to bowl once again to Compton. Squared him up just a little bit there, Ben Compton. Ben Compton, bottom part of the bat, out to the offside. Fielded by Tom Scriven. 88 on his back, 99 he scored. Agonisingly short of that maiden ton. Just hands it back to Ian Holland. Running in now, shortish run. Not a great pace, but trying to move the ball around. Chopped onto his foot there, I think, into his back foot by Compton. So just signs there that Holland is getting something out of this. And not exactly rushing Compton, but a couple of less than convincing shots.
Sometimes the sort of lacquer goes over the seam as well, and it takes a couple of overs just to get it off really, and then the seam becomes, for just a short while, a touch more prominent.
Yeah, 229 for 3. 3 slips in. Attacking Leicestershire, might as well. So Compton defends that back up. A little bit of shape there as well, Richard.
Just a fraction. Yeah. Just a fraction. But a fairly gentle pace off the pitch, isn't it? That's the batter can adjust accordingly.
Very little bounce here as well, and Kent are working on this square season in, season out to try and get a little bit more life out of it. 229 for 3. As Holland bowls, to Compton, leaves that close to the off stump, but by dint of the fact that very deliberate lead through to wicket-keeper Hanscom and no run.
Yeah, Leicester should have tried likewise. They dug up 4 pitches and relayed them a few years ago now, but I have to say they're not noticeably quicker than the rest of the square. They don't feel to be, which means your only option really is to sort of vary the amount of grass on them, isn't it?
It's Holland to Compton, nearly back to his stumps, but defends that one up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Or if you're Somerset, buckets of sand. Not recently, I'm sure. Let's go to Leicestershire did try it once. They did try it once, just coated the thing in sand.
Yeah.
Explosions of like, it looked like the beach at Dunkirk.
Yeah, they had a recent, very exciting match at Taunton, didn't they, with spin to the 4. It's Holland just straying on Midland leg, and Compton takes advantage and guides it down backward a square for a single. Ruins the maiden. 85 overs gone. 230 for 3 Kent.
A bit too exciting when they finish it. It finishes in 5 sessions.
Yeah.
Really, and or to at least go into day 3, you'd have thought. But these days, no pitch inspectors, no deductions, consequently. It's all very gentle cricket as such, but there is a slight lack of edge, one has to say. Going through the motions, there are bonus points to be played for, but it's proper first-class cricket, but as I say, not quite edgy. In goes Van Beek, who, just to prove me wrong, bowls a nice bouncer at Compton, who ducks underneath it. applause from Van Beek's Leicestershire teammates who like that little moment of aggression. The nicest man you could meet off the field is Logan Van Beek. Very quiet and gentle off the field, but he's a fast bowler, or sharpish on his day, early 80s, perhaps. In he comes, slightly angled run over the wicket, bowls outside off stump. Compton goes back and tries to cut it away, doesn't really time it because it doesn't really come on. It's the bottom part of the bat and trickles out towards point where Budinger, under that wide-brimmed sun hat, is the fielder. Holland also under a sun hat, he's at wide third man. All the other Leicestershire players, with the exception of Patel, the third sun hat wearer, wearing the green Leicestershire cap. Van Beek is in and bowls, dabbed nicely off the back foot. Just wide of the off stump by Compton, down to Holland at that wide third man position, almost in front of the supermarket slash cafe building. Very good coffee and a toast from there this morning.
Look good, I have to say. Yeah. I was recommending the sausage rolls as well, but we have to be BBC, do we? There are other places all around the country and the world, indeed, to get breakfast.
We haven't named it.
No.
The cafe at
I mean, it's narrowing it down a little bit.
Spitfire Ground, yes,
Yeah.
yes. There are people will probably deduce, but hey, not to worry. Van Beek in to Garrett. A little puff of dust as he shuffles across in front of his off stump. The puff of dust coming from his sort of feet in the crease. Gets right behind it and blocks it out towards mid-on, where Hill picks it up and then once again lobs it to the designated polisher, who's Scriven. Fairly desultory polish on the bottom of his Leicestershire. He's got a sweater on, Scriven, surprisingly. Sleeveless Leicestershire sweater. Tosses it to Van Beek, who stays around the wicket. He's ready to go. Garrett looks ready to go, but for some reason Van Beek, after a couple of strides, just turns on his heel, walks slowly back to his mark again. Somebody perhaps saying something. And now comes running in past umpire Widdop and bowls and driving and caught. Well, Garrett isn't going to get that maiden first-class half-century. He went for the wide one. Perhaps that's always the danger with low-order batsmen who've been in for a while. They start going for their shots. Garrett went for the drive. He didn't quite get there. Got the edge and a nice catch at second slip by Louis Kimber. Because it was travelling. He was quickish delivery outside off stump. He went for the drive. Thickish edge. And Kimber took a nice two-handed catch. So Leicestershire have picked up their first wicket for what seems like, and is indeed, days. Not having picked up a wicket yesterday. Kent 231 for 4.
Yeah, I have to say, from a bowling point of view, it's some recompense for the efforts over the time allowed at this Kent innings, certainly. Just trying to expand there. George Garrett, who made a pretty slow progress, stately progress I should say, towards 10. Did his job on the second evening, making sure that Ben Compton was still there, and actually that Ben Dawkins, who walks out to the middle now, wasn't called on. I chatted to him last night. 18-year-old, much thought of him. A couple of really good scores for the England under-19s in the series against India. Tall man. I asked him about the comparisons already been made by people at the club with Zach Crawley. I think not least because he opens the batting for the under-19s and is tall. I talked about his wicket keeping as well. I did wonder at his height now whether he'd be keeping that up, but he's still concentrating on the wicket keeping too. So he comes to the crease for his first time in Kent colours, as it were, or certainly in the first team.
So suggesting that there's not too much depending. There's a lot for Ben Dawkins. This is a huge innings for the tall young right-hander. He takes guard, looks around him. His heart will be beating quickly. His first ball in first-class cricket, delivered by Van Beek, and he drives it away in some style. With that, if that is a sign of things to come, well, it's going to be a great career. That was a lovely shot. Hill chases it down in front of the Les Ames stand, tumbles and picks up and throws, but well, what a nice way to start your career for Ben Dawkins. He picks up 3 and keeps the strike. Nerveless.
It was a beautiful shot, wasn't it, into the offside? But he might be cursing the rain yesterday, because I think if it hadn't rained, it probably would have gone for 4, wouldn't it? That was been pretty quick. So 2-3-2 for 4. And just updating traffic on BBC Radio Kent's morning programme with Dominic King. Will be coming to us very shortly for an update from here. 2-3-4 for 4. Compton has 118. Dawkins has that 3 off 1 and has taken the strike for the next over. He's just taking a minute to settle. So to the field, and why not make him think about this? 2 slips. A man hands on knees. Rehan Ahmed in the covers, and a pretty close mid-wicket as well. Or it's actually going across to make a 3rd slip. 2-3-4 for 4. So just moving into the slips is Ben Green at 3rd now. And Rehan changes sides to mid-wicket. Close-ish. And Fields actually just closes the face on that one. Dawkins just pushing forward to Ian Holland. Just wheels the right arm, does Ben Dawkins, as if he's about to bowl rather than bat, just keeping himself loose. 2-3-4 for 4. Well, that's made my co-commentator laugh, Dom, because he can actually see me. 2-3-4 for 4. It's a momentous day for young Ben Dawkins, for Kent, the teenager on his Kent debut. He's played for the England under-19s. Tall batter has just come in with a 4, the first wicket of the day. Kent 2-3-4 for 4. Ben Dawkins struck his first ball beautifully through the covers for 3. If that's a sign of things to come for him, Kent will be very, very pleased indeed, and so will he. Ben Compton has already completed his 5th century of the season. He's on 118 at the other end. 2-3-4 for 4. George Garrett, the man to go, edging a ball from Logan Van Beek into the slips to Louis Kimber for 10. He did his job as a night watchman from yesterday, or sorry, for Tuesday after yesterday was watched out. But 2-3-4 for 4. Kent looking for bonus points today. Not a lot else in this game. We like to beat the games up, Dom, but after Kent have got through their bonus point allotted overs, it may go a little bit quiet here, which will be good for Kent, because it'll mean that Leicestershire aren't bowling through their lineup with a sense of a possible win. So there we are, the commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Tom's asking about footwear. Richard is well, he's done a polite nod, Dom, there, I think, but it was a very polite one. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for asking. Yeah. 2-3-5 for 4. Kent, there we are. Yeah, Dom saying I'm the best dressed man in radio, but so we've got witnesses to the contrary here in the commentary box. Ian Holland round the wicket to Compton on 118, and pushed back to him, taken on the instep by Holland, and is that the end of the 5th ball of the over?
Yes, we should say BBC Radio Kent presenters are talking about items of clothing they've worn in the past, which were considered the bee's knees at the time, but looking back, perhaps weren't quite those knees. The weather lady was saying her rah-rah skirt, she thought was the business at the time, but perhaps now, with the benefit of hindsight.
Here's Holland to Compton, defends it back at the bowler, no run, just one off the over. 2-3-5 for 4. Yeah, those younger listeners will probably have to look at rah-rah skirt up, and other fashion items as well from those who are sort of a bit longer in the tooth.
I think the items that were cool when I was sort of that sort of age, Eddie Shoestring was a thing, and he used to wear very, very small collars and very thin ties. And I went through a period of wearing well, basically hardly a collar, just enough to cover the sort of pencil tie, the very straight tie. But the smaller the collar and the narrower the tie, the cooler one considered oneself to be.
I can remember that school tucking the thick end of the tie into your shirt and just having the...
Van Beek is in. Oh, and Dawkins rather plunged forward at that one. Thickish outside edge. It goes through about sort of fourth slip. It would have bounced before fourth slip had there been one. There isn't one, and it runs down towards third man. But he did rather get forward to that one when he might have thought about just waiting on the back foot. Little bit fortunate.
Brings Compton on strike. Dawkins early in his career. I got a chat to him yesterday, which was a great pleasure.
Local boy, or
he's Tunbridge Wells.
Tunbridge,
so
yes,
yeah, Leicester County.
Yourselves.
Yeah, I see. Right. Yeah. Ben Watts is eager to tell us that he taught him everything that he knows through his Tunbridge Wells connections. No, joking.
Here goes Van Beek, bowls a bouncer, just moves his head inside the line. Ben Compton, that is, on strike on 118.
Yeah, lots sort of Ben Dawkins, and we've effectively been following his progress, or obviously people at the club have been talking about him for a couple of years in earnest about a possible professional career. Got his first pro contract, and here's his first class debut, expecting to play in the One Day Cup as well. Kent, I think, will be focusing on youth players there, younger players.
Van Beek in. Compton defends on the off stump. Nice length delivery. He wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or go back. Sort of waited in the crease and blocked it out towards Scriven at mid-off. Big gap in the covers. They want him to try and drive. They have a sort of behind, backward point, almost deepish gully. Budinger for the sort of skewed drive, as well as the three slips. Messrs Patel, Kimber and Ben Green behind Compton. As Van Beek is in, bowls too many, goes for the flashing drive and misses it. And well, that's exactly what Leicestershire wanted him to do, but they would have preferred him to get a little tickle on that one rather than miss it entirely. But he did rather throw his hands at that one, Ben Compton. For once his patience proved to have limits. Gets away with it, remains on 118. And now he has just held up his hand for a moment, not quite sure why. Everything seems perfectly normal behind Logan Van Beek as he turns at the top of his mark at the Nackington Road end of the ground, runs in and bowls. Compton does steer, and in the air out towards backward point, but it was well square of Budinger, and Holland had to jog to his left to field almost on the boundary at backward point from that wide third man position. But again, Compton perhaps conscious of the need to press on as much, but to keep the scoreboard ticking. The run rate at the moment is only 2.7, and if that continues, then they're not going to get 350. They get 300 probably in time to get the batting bonus points, is what I'm saying. 22.1 overs left to them, Kent. In goes Van Beek over the wicket to Dawkins, who is solidly forward, but slightly in front of Pad as he pushes that out to Hill at mid-off, and it is the end of the over, the 88th of this Kent reply, and the 8th, obviously. Not obviously, because I think, who was it? Some team yesterday didn't take the new ball at all, and bowled something like 140 overs with what must have been a sponge in the end. It goes soft after 20 odd, so heaven only knows what it was. I'll check who did that.
Kent certainly went over the 80 with Ackler Morgan, just because particularly Matt Parkinson appeared to be getting something out of the ball with Jaden Denley at the other end for a spell, but not that long. Ball down the leg side from Holland, followed a little bit by Compton, but didn't get anything on it.
Somerset apparently bowled
151
overs with the same ball.
So Leach and Vaughan in tandem. They took 10 wickets between them, didn't they, in the previous game on what was probably a little different at the pitch, I'd have to say. But 2-3-7 for 4 here. Holland, the USA international, bowling to Compton. That's a lovely shot. He's on the back foot there and has punched that through the offside. and 4 runs. Best shot of the day, most convincing shot of the day, I would say, from Compton. He moves on to 123. Dawkins has 5. You're saying that not moving at any great speed, Kent, here, and Compton himself doesn't tend to move at speed, but we really haven't seen him able, I suppose, to accelerate his innings, because he's very much been losing partners at a great rate during this summer, and has just been trying to anchor the innings and build totals. So 2-4-1 for 4, and a little back in his crease and jabs that away into the offside. It's a good ball from Holland, actually, very much nearly Yorker length. Having said that, surprised Ben by, I think, after his 4th century, saying we got the stats from someone much more eagle-eyed than myself, saying, did you realise that his 4 centuries this season have been faster than the ones from last season? So I asked him, any change? Just sort of shook his head and said that's just the way it works sometimes. He wasn't aware of it himself. Left outside the off stump. He's left that on length, I think, or seen it bouncing up towards him. Got some good lift, actually, Holland, out of a pretty lifeless pitch through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run.
One of the things Holland has done well, one of the many things he's done well, is, aside from taking wickets, he's bowled his overs in an incredible economically.
Yeah.
You know, he's going at less than 3s at the moment, as he is in this innings, 2.2, which means even when he's not taking wickets, he's not giving away runs.
Pass now to Compton. Gets himself in line, defends it into the offside, and there's no run. Just one more on Ben Dawkins. He and Ekhansh Singh playing in the test, the under-19 test last week against India, got a century each. So Ekhansh in the first innings, Dawkins in the second, and I don't want to labour the point too much, but certainly for Kent supporters in a season which has been pretty wretched from a 4-day campaign point of view, I guess you're grasping at that, looking at a possible future for 2 Kent batters. 2-4-1 for 4. It's Compton who faces now, though. Last ball of this over, short ball. Compton gets into line, thinks about it. You can almost see the cogs moving as it goes down the leg side. Leaves the ball. 2-4-1 for 4. Short ball left through to the wicket-keeper. And Dawkins has 5 so far. Compton has 123 from 259 balls now. Going at roughly a run every other ball.
We're talking about tests. Obviously there is one going on at the moment. India have been bowled out for 224, so England have taken the last 4 India wickets fairly quickly, and England in reply are 0-4-1. Zach Crawley having gone first ball, middle stump, trying to hit the ball out of the ground. I'm joking because I'm in Kent. I'm just teasing you. I know how you feel about it.
It's a big sigh.
Dear Zach. But you would have believed it, wouldn't you? That's the interesting thing. That's the interesting thing. In goes Van Beek and bowls, and Dawkins drives only as far as mid-off. There is no run right now, indeed. Oh, and Van Beek stops because Dawkins has broken his bat. Oh. There we go. So he went for the big drive, didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, and that perhaps is why he waves to the pavilion, asks permission to change his bat. Peter Hanscom politely says fine, and Dawkins shows Hanscom the crack in his bat. We await the arrival of the Kent 12th man with a selection for Ben Dawkins to choose from. Here comes Kashif Ali. I think Kashif.
Yeah, you're right, yeah. Well, there we are. That's that bat. The first one he's used in his first class career has lasted just 8 deliveries. Didn't last long. There you go. It's going to be expensive, isn't it, from him? You'd have to say
I'm guessing he's at the stage where he gets his bats free. You would imagine. They've certainly got a sponsor's logo on them, or a maker's logo on them. He has his new bat, or replacement bat anyway. I'm sure it's not brand new. Hanscom holds up his hand to Van Beek. Does that? Hang on a second, because down at wide long leg, the fielder is donning some pads under his whites, Ian Holland. So it looks like Leicestershire going quickly to spin. as Van Beek is in. Dawkins is beaten on the outside edge. Just went back to that one and proffered a rather limp replacement bat at it, and it went through to Hanscom.
Yeah, didn't get himself in any sort of shape to hit that, did he? It left him a little bit off the pitch, I guess, and well, he's doing a little bit, but yeah, pretty close to the off stump too. That's just a good ball.
And for Leicester supporters, will be interested, vaguely interested in proceedings elsewhere, as Van Beek bowls, good bouncer, and Dawkins just turned his head away from it rather, just took his eye off it. He didn't sort of flinch as such, but the way he played it, turning your head away rather than leaning back, may get one or two more of those just to explore. Well, there is a delay at Old Trafford, which may encourage some Leicestershire supporters. They're having, that said, an inspection is due about now, as Van Beek is in and bowls. Dawkins is solidly forward, defensive on off stump, pushing it out to Rehan Ahmed in the covers. So Leicestershire could do with Lancashire hanging on there, but it's a most unlikely prospect. They need 247 to beat, more runs to beat Glamorgan, and they're 226 for 5 at the moment, so no change from their overnight scores. So it's going to be a late start there, but it does look as though they're going to get underway. There's also a delay at Northampton. In goes Van Beek and bowls, and this time Dawkins stands up tall, stays on the back foot and plays it very solidly out into the offside, where Northants have got themselves into a good position against Derbyshire. Derbyshire 377. Northants 550 for 9 declared. Derbyshire now still 52 for 4 their overnight score. So they're still 121 behind with only 6 second innings wickets in hand. Not that it makes sort of too much difference as far as Leicester are concerned, that particular game. In goes Van Beek and bowls, and that one came back a touch at Dawkins. He came forward and just managed to close the bat face on it. Might have been a little bit of pad involved as well. Good testing over from Logan Van Beek. 1 for 56, his figures now from 16 overs.
I think it's a good illustration with Ben Dawkins here, and with Dekansh Singh as well earlier. When was that? Wednesday. But obviously promising players scoring runs at under 19 level, but this is a very different thing for them. Obviously different pressure as well. First class cricket, experienced players as well. Even though we've seen a lack of life from this pitch, this really is very new to them. And coming out of the second 11, spectators here, media here, obviously. 241 for 4, and Rehan Ahmed taking the ball at the pavilion end now. But it's always fascinating to see young players come through, isn't there? Development, how quickly they develop. That's Dawkins 5 on the non-striker at the moment. Compton 123. Peter Hanscom just showing the man at short leg a little bit further back. And Rehan bowls to Compton, gives him a bit of width which he uses, cuts that away beautifully, and that should be 4. Through the offside it is indeed, and square, and Compton moves on to 127. Just opening up slightly. We've got Sol Budinger under the helmet at short leg now, not quite breathing down the neck of Ben Compton, pushed a little bit further back. It's Rishi Patel with a sun hat on at slip. We've got a man on the drives, that Louis Kimber, I think, at mid-wicket. Sort of hybrid mid-wicket and mid-off. Pretty much mid-wicket, I suppose, but slightly finer than usual. And they've got a orthodox mid-on. Tom Scriven now going to a wide mid-on. Cover. Backward point as Compton pushes forward, just keeps it very low through the leg side to backward square, and there's no run. Just absolutely safety first from Compton there. He's trying to stifle that delivery from Rahana bowls now to him, inside the off stump. And that is a great delivery. Almost in the block hole. He's seen it into the offside. And there's no run.
Square him up a bit.
Yeah.
The flight, perhaps.
Yeah, I wondered if it was the wrong one there, but...
He bowls a lot of them.
Yeah. Certainly it caused Compton late movement at the feet there. Flatter delivery, quicker as well. Compton moving his feet once again, pushes that to mid-wicket. There's no run.
It was amazing watching him on towards the end of day 2.
Yeah.
When it was turning out of the footholes. Shuffling right across, jumping across to get outside the line.
Well, he enjoyed that battle. Listening to you and Ben on that one. Keeps a little bit low, but again with this Canterbury pitch, not much pace in it, so Compton jabs the bat down on it gratefully. And the onside, no run.
Interesting to see what Dawkins makes of him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Turning to face that much leg spin, I wouldn't have thought. But
it's not of this quality. So Rahan bowls once again to Compton. This one turned to short leg, and that's the end of the over. 2 4 5 4 4. Single boundary off it from Compton, who has 127. Ben Dawkins has 13. He'll have a strike for the next over. Caps and sunglasses being handed by Louis van Beek via an intermediary. There we go. I think it was Tom Scriven who ended up giving it to umpire Widdop at the far end.
So not a double change then. Hanscom going down the pace from one end and the spin from t'other. Van Beek is going to continue from the Nackington Road end of the ground. Over the wicket to the right-handed Dawkins bowls. Dawkins is forward on off stump. Ball bounces back down the pitch to Van Beek, who fields in his follow-through, then lobs the ball to Scriven. A young lady in a very bright floral dress is being made to bowl at her bigger brother, I suspect, over there on the Nackington Road end of the ground. She has a nice straight arm. He comes forward in a solid forward defensive. Bright orange plastic bat, pushes the ball back down to his little sister. She's tiny, but she's being made to bowl at him nonetheless. Van Beek is in and bowls to Dawkins, who again leans forward, shuffles forward a bit, pushes to mid-on. Compton takes off his helmet, mops his brow. It is warm out there, glorious in fact. A lovely August day. We are now in August. Where's the summer going? Enjoy it while you can, folks. 2:45 for 4. The dark days of autumn are almost upon us. The days are getting shorter. In goes Van Beek and bowls short and pulled nicely and calmly actually by Dawkins. Didn't try and overhit it and just made sure he swiveled and got on top of the bounce and sort of helped it almost. Square out to Rahan, who's on the boundary there in front of the rather attractive actually looking retirement flats with the sort of gardens that are matured now. Trees and bushes in front of them have grown nicely and taken the sort of new edge off everything. Son of Lime is almost as tall as them now. Bless him.
Yeah, it's in fine fettle. Outside the playing surface. Some bemoan that, but there we are.
Yeah, those days are done, but he's there. Remembering the old man. Round the wicket goes Van Beek and bowls to Compton outside off stump and worked off the back foot by Compton out into the covers, but not sufficiently forcefully to get it past Scriven, who runs down from a sort of wideish mid-off position to field. There's no run. 4 needed by Kent for a first batting bonus point. Leicestershire searching for 2 more wickets to get a second bowling bonus point. Plenty of overs left, in those terms anyway. Van Beek is in. Compton again looking to steer it into the offside. He's being kept very honest here though by Van Beek, and he has to just check the shot slightly because it's straight-ish and steers it more or less straight to Scriven. At mid-off, poor old Tom, which is a ridiculous thing to say when you've scored 99, but he very kindly came up and did a live interview with the BBC Radio Leicester sports programme, having seemed certain to get a maiden first-class century and done a sensational job for his side, really, in company with Josh Holt. At the end of the Leicestershire innings, Van Beek into Compton, who's forward on off stump, takes a couple of steps down, sells Dawkins something of a dummy in so doing, but shouts no as he does so, seeing Budinger getting quickly to the ball. And there is no run. 2:46 for 4 at the end of the 92nd over of the innings. Dawkins 6, he'll be on strike. Compton 127.
Jonathan from Norway, great to hear from you. Sorry, John, I should say. Being very formal, from Valdal. On kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. Our new email address. Is it that new? I don't know. I said it so many times to emphasise the point. It feels quite old now. But anyway, kentcricket@bbc.co.uk, saying, have you seen the test score? Wow, he said. Now, I thought you were teasing me when I first read that.
Oh, don't tell me he's out now,
because Richard told me that Zach Crawley was out first ball. He wasn't, everybody. Fake news.
I did say straight away. Just wanted to see your reaction.
Just suckered me in. There we go. But Rehan bowling full toss, actually, to Dawkins. Gives it a bit of treatment. Doesn't get full value for it, as he's driven it up to mid-off. But fielded there. And there is no run. So Rehan up to Scriven, the aforementioned Tom Scriven.
So go on, what is the test? What is...
oh,
sorry.
Quicker delivery as Dawkins on the back foot into the offside, and there is no run. I think probably mentioning the quick wickets, 4 of them quick ones, bowling in, you're out for 224 with 5 in total for Gus Atkinson. That's great news, isn't it, when you're a bowler down to take quick wickets late on, driven by Dawkins. Hasn't quite nailed that cover drive, but fluid, languid drive into the offside, single taken.
Perhaps the news takes longer to get to Norway.
It just takes me longer to work out how to use the emails, I think, really, unfortunately. Much more a comment on me than it is John. But great to hear from you, John. Hope life's treating you well. What the weather's like in Valdal, if I'm pronouncing that all sorts of wrong, I'm sure. But ball turned to the onside by Compton. It's snapped up by Budinger on the ground at short leg, and there's no run. 24744. But welcome wherever you're listening. And Ahmed bowling to Compton on the back foot, chops it into the ground. Certainly mistimed and mishit that one. It's come back to Rehan, but some ooze, I think, particularly from Rishi Patel at slip. Last ball coming up. Round the wicket, Rehan once more. That's one obligingly from a Compton point of view, rather holds in the pitch on Midland leg. He works that to square leg for a single, 2 off the over, 248 for 4. Dawkins 7 on debut. Compton at 128. But you do feel free. So I'd like to take a census every now and then. kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. Whoever you support, to tell us where you are, what the weather's like.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it should be a BBC one, but for me it's richardray23@gmail.com, or you can skeet me, which is what you say about Blue Sky, apparently, at richr23.
That's first time I've heard skeet. There we go.
There you go. That's the verb, apparently. Sort of makes sense. Well, Van Beek, his opening burst is done. I won't be actually entirely surprised if he's done for the day. They'll have half an eye now on the One Day Cup for the Leicestershire Seamers. They want to. I think they've got a decent chance in the One Day Cup. They don't lose too many to the 100. Rehan, obviously. Hull. Not sure if anybody else is.
I can't have just 3, I think, themselves. So
you'd think Holland would have to check the deals, actually.
Yeah. Sam Billings to Yaya's there as well. Was it just? Actually, it might just be the 2. I'm missing somebody.
In goes Green and bowls to Compton, who stylishly steers it away off the back foot. Rehan Ahmed walks a couple of paces to his left before fielding on the point boundary.
Yeah, Fred Clarson's not been picked up by the Manchester Originals again, but he was out the whole of last season with a shoulder injury, so yeah, he'll be available for Kent. So, yeah, so both sides be looking at it thinking, got themselves a chance.
I was thinking I'd have time to get this over in before the update, but they're taking so long about it. Rehan gets through his overs so quickly, but multiple changes to the field for the right-hand, left-hand combination. Green now over the wicket, of course, to the right-handed Dawkins, who's shuffling down, driving, and he's caught behind. Well, Green has picked up Leicestershire's second wicket of the day, and Dawkins, well, he'll learn from that. He took a couple of steps down and went for the drive. He'd gone for one or two others and middled them, but that was a little bit, I don't know, what should we say, naive, perhaps, and went for the drive. May even have seemed back, because it was taken by Hanscom diving to his left, so it may even have seemed back enough to take the inside edge. I'll have to see the replay on that one.
It was certainly coming back at Ben Dawkins, wasn't it? But 249 for 5. Some applause for his first outing with the bat from a Kent point of view. And just 18 shared between those two.
I had now better go and do my update. At least I've got something to tell.
Absolutely right. Something to celebrate. So, are we thinking about the follow-on at this point? Probably not seriously, with Joey Everson coming out next. I spoke to him yesterday as well on his new 2-year contract. Asked him about that. Obviously, players get offers at this time of year, and Joey Everson is very well thought of by those around the county circuit. Young all-rounder. He described signing a new contract as a no-brainer, so was always going to stay. Feels he's developing well as a Kent cricketer, and they're delighted to have him for a couple more years at least. He listen to BBC Radio Kent, BBC Leicester, via the BBC Sport website and app, with the pictures, or Kent Cricket Club as well. If you're not keeping an eye on the test, by the way, England are 24 for none in reply to 224. They took 4 quick wickets this morning to get rid of the remaining Indian batters, and it is Messrs Duckett and Crawley, getting quite used to that as an England opening partnership. Not quite sure how many games they got through together, but established partnership. Zach Crawley has 12 from 11 deliveries, just operating in boundaries at the moment. Although Ben Duckett has 11, and looks like he has a single 6 as well. So, but back here, it is Joey Everson facing his first ball from Ben Green, who's struck in his first over of the game. Not of the game, sorry, of the morning. Joey Everson getting forward, defending that. Quite full face of the bat, but up to mid-off. Good enough. No run on this occasion. 249 for 5, Kent. So a run away from their first batting bonus point. Joey Everson with 2 slips behind him. Leaves that one outside the off stump. And there is no run. Let's get Joey Everson's stats before he got to the crease today. As Ben Green goes back to his mark. So, yeah, just shy of 700 runs this season. Just the 250s, but an average of 30 and a bit as Green bowls to him. Exaggerated stride forward for the forward defensive into the offside. Fielded by Scriven, and there's no run. 249 for 5. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent. They've just lost a wicket, Dom, as well. Young Ben Dawkins on debut. Just got his first county contract for Kent, the teenager, the England under-19, coming up for his first innings. Big shout for LBW on Joey Everson. That was turned down, by the way. Rather naively, perhaps. He had his first shot for 3, a beautiful shot through the covers, but Ben Green was brought into the bowling. The experienced Leicestershire seamer, ball coming back towards Dawkins. Took a couple of paces down the pitch and had a little bit of a swipe at it. Caught behind. Well, one to rue, perhaps. A learning learning experience for the young man, out for 7. Ben Compton, very much more experienced. Kent opener, 129 not out, joined by Joey Everson, who is yet to score. Kent 249 for 5, so a run away from their first batting bonus point, and that's probably what this this last day will be about for Kent, trying to get more batting bonus points and defending the wickets, making sure that Leicestershire don't bowl through them for perhaps an unlikely chance at a victory. Bright sunshine here at Canterbury. Kent batting on, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
And Rehan Ahmed is in from the pavilion end. Bowls. Back goes Compton. And they've had the wicket a little bit more pace in it. He might have been in a bit of bother there because it did spin in, and as you would expect, and stay a little bit low. But he played it off the pitch and played it solidly enough out towards Louis Kimber, who's at a short-ish, straight-ish mid-wicket. Ahmed is in again. That was the googly. He read it. He picked it, I think. Ben Compton went back and stroked it away down towards wide third man Lewis Hill. Heads off in pursuit towards the Les Ames stand. Picks up and throws and keeps Compton to 2. But it does bring up the Kent 250. Their first batting bonus point has come in the 95th over of their innings.
Yeah, fairly slow progress for them, as you're saying, from a Kent point of view. The points now, Kent 4, Leicestershire 6. 8 for the draw, of course. Should it be a draw? Crikey. We'll talk it away at this point.
Ahmed tosses the ball from hand to hand. Little sort of shuffle at the start of his run-up, and then goes in and bowls. Back goes Compton and defends out towards Kimber at that short mid-wicket. Well, I suppose there's a absolutely remote chance if Leicestershire were to bowl out Kent fairly quickly, as Ahmed is in, bowls fullish, and Compton is forward defending. What's 150? You know, they 322, isn't it? The follow on. What is it? 471 less 150.
Yes. Sorry, yes.
So 3-2-1 actually. Outside off stump, slashed away by Compton out towards the deep extra cover boundary for 4.
Sure.
A bit of a drag down there from Rehan Ahmed. He doesn't bowl many, but that was one, and Compton again fastened on it quickly, and then he gestures to Peter Hanscom that he'd quite like some cover out there. But if he has somebody out there, it's for the bad ball, really, as my old captain often used to tell me. No, you can't. Just don't bowl badly.
Do better, they say these days to me.
Yes, he was right, really. Just sort of comfort blanket of a sweeper. 255 for 5. Hanscom is he's changing things. He's bringing in his deep backward square. Well, and yeah. He's in fact, if anything, he's tightened the field really, as in goes Ahmed and bowls, brings Compton forward, just closing the back face on the forward defensive and pushing it again out to Kimber, end of the over. 255 for 5. Compton 135. Everson, who's just come in, has only faced 4 deliveries, has yet to score.
Yeah. News of the demise of Kent Zach Crawley at the Test match were much exaggerated.
Oh, he hasn't gone.
No. But he is operating in boundaries. He is attacking the Indian bowlings. 4 fours for 16 so far. Ben Duckett has I was going to say a more conservative 11, but he's hit. He's just another 4, so he's now on to 15 with a 6 and a 4. So they are going at it, the opening pair. And their head coach certainly encourages that. 2 slips. 2 men on the drive as well. Static catches, lovely drive from Joey Everson. That's a super shot. I wouldn't say it's over pitching from Ben Green. It was just in the spot for Joey Everson, just outside the off stump, through extra cover. He has absolutely nailed that along the ground. 4 runs.
Nice way to get off the mark, but as you say, it was right there to be clobbered. Clobbered it was.
Just a few clouds coming overhead. It's I would say, outside chance of a light shower at some point, but nothing that should really threaten the day's play too much, we hope. 259 for 5 as Everson exaggerated leave through to Peter Hanscom. If Ben Green needed to know, he got to know that very early, that wasn't going to be played at by Joey Everson. Through to the wicketkeeper, 259 for 5. But yeah, I suppose that follow-on target, not only Kent looking for runs here, but once they would force Leicestershire to bat again, that pretty much puts a positive result out of the equation, doesn't it? Green bowls to Everson outside the off stump, but if they could just chip away in the rest of this session, Leicestershire might bring just a little bit of interest to it. Ben Compton doesn't look like he's going anywhere quickly.
It's still the only match underway in the second
really?
division. Yeah, no play at Northampton as yet, and no play at Cheltenham as yet. Ditto Old Trafford.
It's Green bowling to Everson. He pushes forward, long stride forward.
But there's another inspection there at 12:05, so every prospect of some play, it would appear, up there in Manchester.
Doing better, it looks like, in the top division, are they? Yeah, I think so. Essex home to Warwickshire, 26 for 1, 143 lead there, with 9 wickets remaining. And Green bowls to Everson. Defends that, gets right over the top of it, head right over the top. And no run into the offside. Somerset a 17 for 9 against Nottinghamshire. Big scoring first innings for both teams, and it is the final day, of course, but that's second Somerset innings they still 89 behind with 10 wickets remaining. Hampshire 187 for 3. They're 231 ahead of Worcestershire now in the second innings, so they make a declaration on the board there and have a dart at Worcestershire at New Road later on. And Sussex are in all sorts of trouble, 143 for 7, still 180 behind. That's short of making Yorkshire bat again in that Sussex second innings. Everson forward once again. The covers have disappeared backwards, and Everson just defends that back to the bowler. There's end of the over. Ben Green takes the ball, cradles it in his short sleeve white shirt and a little bit of shining, takes the cap from the umpire as everyone changes ends, with Kent 259 for 5, Compton 135, Everson 4, by virtue of a lovely shot during that over. But yeah, just some grey clouds coming overhead, but nothing like the forecast we had yesterday, which, I mean, it sounds ridiculous to say as we only got half an hour, Richard, but we didn't get nearly as much rain as we thought we were going to at the start of the day.
Everson, a couple of decent scores in his recent first-class innings, 48 not out at Hove.
Yeah, that was in the blast, that one. Yeah, basically took them home in that game.
Oh, it was, yes, beg your pardon. In goes Ahmed and bowls outside off stump. Compton steers it away to almost sort of wide, short third man on the 45 at the moment. Lewis Hill takes one, beg your pardon, his last first-class innings, 49 against Glamorgan down in Cardiff. Now Rehan was down on his haunches for a while, but it's just about field changes because he's going to be bowling for the first time at Joey Everson. This could be interesting. He's going to stay around the wicket to the right-hander. What will Everson make of him? Takes his guard from umpire Debenham. He's got a slip, conventional slip in Rishi Patel. Louis Kimber has gone into leg slip, and Budinger is at short leg. Everson takes guard. Ahmed steps in and bowls. Everson is forward, fullish, can easily get to the pitch of the ball, smother any spin, pushes it out to Green, who's at sort of wideish mid-on. Rehan bowls, back goes Everson. He doesn't really turn too much, he strokes it out to extra cover where Ian Holland is fielding under the sun hat. Sun goes behind cloud. Rehan is in, bowls on the leg stump. An attempted sweep by Everson takes the pad and flicks the pad, and he's going to run down. Oh, it doesn't take the pad. It sounded really... I thought I heard a sound of something on pad, but perhaps it was bat on pad, because umpire Debenham turns to the scorers and signals 4 wide, so it may be that we're going to have a Matt Parkinson sort of situation, where Parkinson picked up 7 wickets beautifully. It was in constant argument with, or seemed to be at times, in constant argument with umpire Debenham, who kept widing him for bowling negatively, despite the ball spinning back. If it didn't spin back enough, he wided him time and again and said it was negative bowling. So perhaps the definition needs changing of what constitutes negative bowling. Ahmed is in, bowls straight at Everson, goes back and defends out to green at that wide mid-on position. .265 for 5. Everson with that one scoring shot. Sumptuous drive away off green for 4. Ahmed is in, bowls to him. He goes back and steers it out into the offside this time, where Holland, sunglasses perched atop his Leicestershire sun hat, is fielding. Ahmed bowls again. Everson goes for the sweep, gets it this time, but more or less straight to Hill in that, on that sort of 45 in the short long leg position, short fine leg. Because short long leg sounds so odd, doesn't it, really? But he's wider than that. It's not on fine leg. Anyway, it went straight to him and there was no run. Everson remains on for 265 for 5. 97 overs, so 13 overs left for Kent to get to, well, first to 300. Leicester will be looking for at least that one more wicket just to pick up that extra bowling bonus point, and would mean that they would, if the game ends in a draw, take 15 from the game.
It's an email from Ian on kentcricket at bbc.co.uk. Nice to see some cricket at last, he says. Fair enough, Ian. Bit rainy in Norwich, where Ian is. Fingers crossed for Monday, he says. I hope to see the mighty Kent in action against Norfolk, of course. Yeah, it's the counties game, isn't it? Pre the curtain raiser for the One Day Cup, basically, for the
Where did Norfolk play then, Ian?
That's a very good question.
Where is their ground? Is it in Norwich? Kings Lynn? Who knows? Somewhere nice by the seaside.
As round the wicket comes Green, bowling to Compton. On the back foot, sees it up to mid-on. Yeah, I'd love to hear about the ground there, Ian. Where it is and any description of it would be lovely from a local perspective. P.S. he says, as his surname is similar to... well, his name is similar to that of a star performer. He says, I'm not of Stone Roses fame. There we go. Thank you very much. That's Ian Brown. Round the wicket as Ben Compton back at the bowler. We'd value you no less, Ian, for that. I'd say, or value him no more. We are egalitarian here. It's great to hear from you, Ian. Thank you very much indeed. But yeah, tell us about Norfolk's home ground, because there'll be Kent fans that will be venturing there for the first time, I'm sure, many. This one's tucked into the onside by Compton, single taken into the onside.
Well, when they announced the restructuring of the championship, there were some gloomy Leicester supporters who were anticipating the removal of Leicestershire's first-class sort of status as such, and and other non-international sort of counties, and that we'd be all playing sort of second-tier red ball cricket as opposed to white ball.
That's Green over the wicket now. 2 slips, 2 men on the drive. Static catches, hands on knees as ball is a little bit of a thin contact, it sounded, maybe toe-endy from Everson, but into the offside and fielded by Van Beek. There's no run, so Van Beek on the offside at cover. The mid-wicket is Rehan.
With some of the minor counties being brought into it, the likes of Norfolk or Cornwall or Lincolnshire.
Oh, the wicket comes Green to Everson. It's hit him on the pad. It's gone past first slip, and they'll come back for 2. There was no shout, though. Is that because there was an edge?
I think it was an edge, and I think it pitched quite a long way before him.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it was a catching chance, but umpire wanders away. No shout whatsoever. It must... Yeah, it looked like it went to ground pretty quickly after it left Joey Everson, but it's a moral victory, certainly, for Ben Green. as they come back for 2. And Joey Everson will know exactly what it hit and perhaps resettling himself. Tom Scriven goes up for a word in Ben Green's ear, the bowler. That's just to say, well done, more of the same. Here is Green, last ball of the 98th over. Everson comes forward a little bit in the air as he jabs it through the offside. It's fielded at cover, and that is the end of the over. Not too convincing stroke, I would say, to end the over either, as it's fielded. That's it, cover by Budinger. 268 for 5. So it just signs, Richard, they're getting something out of this ball and the pitch, particularly the seamers. 268 for 5. Hoping, obviously, they can try and bowl out, get a little bit of flurry of wickets going here. Dawkins and Garrett going within 18 runs of each other might turn into a little bit of a collapse and perhaps have a chance at even bowling themselves towards a victory.
A delay. Well, what? I think Van Beek is putting on a helmet at leg slip. And Ahmed going to come obviously round the wicket to the left-hander Compton, who is just batting on and on. Van Beek dons the protective equipment. He's almost like Gully, actually, slightly wide at leg slip. As Rehan Ahmed tosses one up to Compton, who looks to on-drive. Big puff of dust as bat and ball and ground come together at roughly the same time, and he rolls fairly slowly, relatively slowly out to Kimbar. At wideish mid-on, Ahmed is in another big puff of dust. Foolish delivery attempted to be driven. And this time it's Ahmed himself who fields off his own bowling. Kimber trots in now, summoned in by Hanscom, who's busy thinking out there. So Kimber's gone in sort of on the catch. He's just in front of the return crease as Rehan Ahmed goes in, and Compton head right over the ball. A picture of concentration as he blocks that one back up the pitch to the young Leicestershire and England all-rounder. Bounces in and bowls. Compton goes back, plays it wide of Ben Green. Running in from the boundary, well, in about 10 yards inside the ropes, is Liam Travaskis, still out there, so I'll have to check. Actually, I'm going to make a note of that Hull has been off the field all morning, that he's okay. He'll form an important part, potentially, of Leicestershire's one-day attack. You need 6 bowlers in that, really, don't you? And so Hull would have been certainly scheduled to have been one of them. In goes Rehan Ahmed and bowls. Is it a catch at short leg? Well, no, says umpire Debenham. It came off Joey Everson's pad, and certainly there was no great leap into the air from Rehan Ahmed. The Budinger, the theatrical Budinger, hopped and skipped around as he got 2 hands underneath the ball. Knowing all the time the truth, in goes Ahmed bowls. Everson sweeps and again doesn't quite get all of it, and it runs fairly gently down towards Hill at that short fine position, about halfway back on about 45-degree angle. So just the one from that Rehan Ahmed over, the 26th he's bowled in this Kent first innings. 1 for 70 his figures at the moment. Kent 269 for 5 now. 11 overs left in which to rack up the bonus points. I think we can say that Kent aren't really bothered. They're just going to bat now, aren't they, as long as they can. Leicester's just striving for at least one more wicket, that is.
As Green comes around the wicket to Compton, drives it offside and vacant area through extra cover. I say it's a drive, it's very little backlift, it's just timed through extra cover, and that's 4 runs. Good looking stroke, particularly good from our point of view because we're right behind the trajectory of that ball from Ben Compton. 273 for 5. He hits that for 4. He has 142. Everson has 6 so far. In contrast, it's like England have been are absolutely rattling along 60 for none now. In reply to 224. Crawley 29, Duckett 30. Compton just waiting for the cover fielder to take his place. Green bowls round the wicket, the left-hander once again. Back in his crease. Back at the bowler, taken on his follow-through, the left hand by Ben Green leaning down. Early adopter, as I said yesterday, of the mullet, and rocking it proudly still. The man of conviction. High score of 178 this season, Ben Compton. For Kent, his 5th century. That one's worked away again, this time through rather narrow, through mid-off. They'll come back for 3 comfortably in the end, and Compton goes on to 145. This is on 6. You're mentioning a couple of mistimed shots from Joey Everson. I don't know if it's been the same for Leicestershire, but the games, particularly with the Kookaburra, we've seen have really relied rather more on mistimed shots than perhaps some real bowling expertise or any movement. I suppose it's still bowling expertise to keep consistent, isn't it? But it might be the way to get Joey Everson before he's really in. This one's just patted low to the man at shortish mid-wicket, Rehan. That seems to be a feature of the game. We see a lot of umbrella fields forward of the stumps.
Akash Singh, he was in at 4:33, but it was very early after the interval, wasn't it? After lunch, horribly mistimed delivery from Holland gave Scriven a very simple catch at mid-on.
Yeah, just chipped it up there, wide but low as well from Green, or keeps low. Everson's backed away, tried to drive it through the offside.
Just doesn't really come on, does it?
No, quite. Especially with the lack of bounce there as well. It's just reaching for it, wasn't he? It's bouncing out apologetically into the offside. There's no run. Ball shy of the 100th over, so only 10 more for Kent to plunder anymore. I don't think look in the mood to plunder. Left outside the off stump, through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, I wouldn't say actually this is a sort of plundering Kent batting performance at this point, is it? Really, it's a slow cruise, more like a barge perhaps than a speedboat right now. 276 for 5.
Yeah. Pirates on a barge. Chasing people.
Now that's a film I'd pay to see.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, just put an extra rower on and we'll get away from them.
Starring Samuel L. Jackson.
I think we've chosen the wrong
Jason
boat.
Statham.
Shiver me timbers. Rehan Ahmed to continue from the pavilion end. Compton approaching 150. What a season he has had and is having. Nicely bowled by Ahmed, turns in, but Compton on top of the bounce, thick inside part of the bat, rolls past the reaching Budinger out towards backward square, and Compton jogs his single, called through by Everson. 6 off 23 for Joey Everson, just illustrating what Matt was saying about the sort of difficulties in terms of getting going, really. You can stay in, but until you really come to terms with the pitch, it can be difficult to score freely or fluently. Ahmed is in. Everson's sweeping again. He can't get it past Hill. 3 times he's hit that shot, and 3 times he's hit it fairly cleanly, but each time Hill has been able to, well, it's either gone straight to him or moved to his left or right to make the stop. Everson remains on 6. Rehan is in. Everson's trying again. Doesn't get anything on that. He's going to be wided, you know, and he is. By Debenham turns to the scorers with his arms extended. Ahmed has nothing to say. Rehan, he accepts it philosophically. Runs in and bowls. Everson is forward, pushing the ball on the bounce past the reaching Budinger. Short leg out towards Ben Green. All of the Leicestershire players have their shirts out of the trousers. It's a slightly scruffy look. As Rehan goes in and bowls, Everson defends. Green. Kimber. In fact, most of them do, don't they? Looking round. It is warm. Rehan is in. Everson is sweeping. It comes off what? I'm not quite. Oh, it comes off. It comes off Hanscom's pads.
I was
I
going to
thought
say,
it had come off the back of
away. Yeah.
Everson's, but it had come off Hanscom's pads. It runs out towards point, but again, it's signalled wide. He's not getting the turn from the footmarks or the footholds that Matt Parkinson did earlier on. Ahmed is in. Back goes Everson, nibbles it off the stumps. In goes Hill and Fields, but this time, slightly to Everson's surprise, he looked up and saw Compton had called him through and took off, in fairness, and made his ground comfortably enough. Compton was running to the danger end, and I think he picked his fielder as well. Hill's arm is adequate, but it isn't one of the fastest in the Leicestershire side. 280 for 5. Oh, updates time. Yeah. Coming up, get this delivery from Ahmed in, potentially. In he goes, and bowls. Compton goes back, works it off his pads, but only as far as backward square. Dot ball, 280 for 5 after 101. 9 overs of really meaningful cricket to go, possibly.
Yeah, Kent needing 42 to avoid the follow-ons, and they may come to quite closely together. As you know, the speed they're going, it'll be very much the end of the 110 overs first, but 7 for Everson. Compton 146. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent's morning programme. As Green bowls over the wicket to Everson. Forward defensive. Into the offside. Van Beek fields. Still those 2 slips there. Rehan at mid-wicket. Close-ish mid-wicket. Close-ish cover as well. 280 for 5. Kent. I have indeed. 280 for 5. We're getting on okay at the moment, Dom. I'm glad to say. We've been in a hot commentary box, though, for an hour or so Richard's patience may wear thin with me, as many have before. 146 for Compton. Ben Compton, his 5th century of the summer. He's had to wait well over a rainy day yesterday to resume his innings. He's going well. Joey Everson has joined him on 7. Kent have lost 2 wickets here, and the only real jeopardy for them will be losing 5 more wickets before they score another 42 runs. That's when they will be forcing, at that point, 322 for 5 Leicestershire to bat again. At that point, the draw is very much the result that's going to happen. They've also got the chance to work some more batting bonus points, Kent, and Leicestershire more bowling bonus points in the next 9 overs or so. So that's what's really resting on the game. It's a beautiful scene, though, here at Canterbury. Full sunshine, few fluffy clouds, but Kent 280 for 5, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And ball into the offside. They haven't missed any runs, as Everson has propelled that one to the offside. The previous one he defended off the bowling of Ben Green. Everson 7, Compton 146. .280 for 5. We're getting a bit of Tiffany in our headphones now. We are. Hit from yesteryear. Green to Joey Everson reaches forward, up to mid-on, and there's no run. Ian has been back in touch about Norfolk's home ground. They play at Barker's Lane in... Ian, you'll have to check this pronunciation. Is it Sprowston? S-P-R-O-W-S-T-O-N? Sprowston? Which is the home of Sprowston Cricket Club. A new venue for them, he says, with great facilities for a minor counties team. North of Norwich, not far from the airport. Looking forward to seeing some Kent fans there, says Ian. Thank you for that. It's... Green to Everson, into the offside, maiden over. I'll have a quick word with our producers
Much as we appreciate Tiffany, it's,
I mean,
we've heard enough.
It's
Probably
a cracking
now.
pop song. Maiden over from Ben Green there, 280 for 5, Ken.
Well, what are the umpires? What's exercising the umpires at the moment? They come together to have a chat to each other, and Ben Debenham takes his radio out, and they're pointing upwards. I don't know. There's a few clouds around, but mostly white fluffy jobs. Not sure what that's all about. Oh, and there goes Tiff. Rehan Ahmed's going to continue from the pavilion end, and Kent's Zach Crawley going great guns in the Test match, as is Ben Duckett, 75 for none off 10.
I don't know whether to believe
England.
you or not anymore,
No,
Richard Ray. My trust
that's good news.
My
Anyway.
trust has been shaken.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
But it's good news. Yeah, I mean, they're rattling along, Kent. England rather, aren't they? 80 for none. Crikey, yeah.
Ahmed then, Rehan, that is, round the wicket to Ben Compton, who is respectfully forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, pushing it out to Ben Green, the sun reflected in his natty red sunglasses, perched atop his cap. Rehan jogs in and bowls, tosses it up nicely. That was, he got himself into a little bit of bother there, Ben Compton. He was going to leave because it was wide. It did bounce and spin back in, and in trying to make sure he got something of his pads behind it, it all got a little bit messy in the end, and the ball was taken by Hanscom. It bounced too much. It was a long way wide off stump. Back goes Compton, and he's getting a little bit angsty again, Ben Compton, against Rehan Ahmed, having played him pretty competently so far today. Calmly, if you like. He's just started to shuffle around a little bit and jams that one out towards mid-on. Perhaps that's an indication that Rehan Ahmed is starting to get a little bit more out of the footholds. We didn't have the heavy roller overnight. It certainly wasn't on this morning. As Rehan is in, Compton goes back to the googly, but it's two leg side from Rehan Ahmed, so Compton can go back and work it away down towards deep backward square and almost walk the single. One ball to go in the over, one ball for Jerry Everson to deal with. 7 off 33 for Everson. He's just taking time to come to terms with the nature of the pitch, really. Compton just keeps scoring at the same rate, which is pretty much 50s. But Everson at 21s at the moment, as Rehan Ahmed bowls to him, very full. And again, that big puff of dust as Everson jams it out towards mid-wicket. Umpire Debenham hands Rehan Ahmed his sweater, that being the end of the 103rd over of the Kent innings. 7 remain. They need 19 for another batting bonus point, and obviously 69 for a third. Leicestershire 1 wicket away from a second bowling bonus point. And they want it, make no mistake. They're 15 points rather than 14 from the game.
Yeah, just 7 more overs. Bonus point territory. I've been a little bit absorbed. I do apologise. My concentration was shaken by looking at Sproston Cricket Club, which is...
Is it beautiful?
It looks lovely.
Lovely Norfolk.
There's treed all around. I think there's the church is in the background as well, behind the trees. It's, yeah.
Where will the Kent supporters be sitting? Take a deck chair, perhaps?
Yeah. That's...
well, no, it's a serious thing.
No, that's absolutely right. It doesn't look like there are no stands there. It's very much a... well, it's like a normal cricket ground, basically. But great expanse of green there, trees all around. It's driven on the back foot. That's a very good point. Single taken, 282 for 5.
Well, Leicestershire playing a one-day game again at Kipworth Cricket Club, which is a sort of about 8-10 miles south of Leicester. And it's some splendid pavilion and facilities, but no, obviously sort of seating and spectators are specifically advised to take their own seating, but Leicestershire supporters have adopted it, and we've played there now.
Oh, nice.
This will be the third consecutive year we've played there.
As Green comes over the wicket to Everson, forward on that one, into the offside. Van Beek runs over the ball, it's fine, mid-off has picked it up, no run.
And the Leicestershire faithful have sort of really enjoyed it, really, and they've all turned up carrying deck chairs or sort of fold-out chairs of some kind, and there have been over 1,000 at each.
Fantastic.
Each time they've played there, and I'm sure there will be on this occasion as well. Obviously, you need the weather, but they've been lucky so far.
Good-looking clubhouse there, but yeah, I think you should. It's a lovely ball, that. Lift and movement from Ben Green, just the occasional one.
Where did that come from? I suppose he's only, 13 overs? No, 23 overs old, sorry. So it's just about now where it does start to go soft if the players are to be believed. But there's still a bit of life left in it.
It's just coming in towards Joey Everson, maybe a bit of nip in. Some life as well. This one's fuller into the ground, straight at Van Beek, who wriggles his right arm around comically, as if to emphasise it was hit quite hard, I think, by Everson at him.
Took it beautifully and cleanly, didn't he? But must have stung a bit.
Just trying to confuse the pain. So dot ball there, 282 for 5. 40 needed to avoid the follow-on. 5 wickets if Leicester can take those quickly, outside the off stump. No run.
I'm not entirely sure they'd enforce, to be honest. But I suppose they sort of have to, wouldn't they?
Powder dry, maybe, yeah.
They don't want to break anybody.
Well, that's, bowler's workload's an important thing. I was thinking what you were saying about Chris Wokes earlier in the shoulder, and Kent of last season, Wes Agar diving in the field. That ended his stint with Kent, and Tom Rogers. That's all thickish outside edge from Everson. Soft hand, so it's going through third man. And fielder comes round to grab it. Is Liam Travaskis, the sub-fielder, on for Josh Hull. He'll take 2 right at the end of the over. 284 for 5. And Tom Rogers reached one in the field at Hove, the Australian, damaged his shoulder. Both big fast bowlers, obviously, but good fielders, but both throwing themselves at the ball, and similar to what Chris Wokes does. And it is a trade-off, risk-reward, isn't it? Because every fielder is expected to save every run, which sounds logical, but you do wonder sometimes with these guys whether that extra run of, pinging it back from the rope at the risk of diving is worth it. But I can also hear fans in my head saying lazy if they didn't. You know what I'm saying? It's the expectations.
Using your feet is no longer an acceptable method of fielding, as the old fast bowlers used to do. Rehan Ahmed will continue to bend Compton. 4 close fielders, or 4 close catchers, as well as the wicket keeper. Ahmed is in, goes back, stays low a little bit. Compton pushes it firmly on the bounce to forward short leg, who is Sol Budinger, with his sun hat tucked into the back of his trousers. Compton on 148. You want to see him over at the landmark?
Very kind of you. Here's Rehan then, bowling to Ben Compton onto the back foot and levers that into the offside, and that's his 149th run. Richard, thank you very much for the honour. 285 for 5. I thought for a moment voice went up, but there's Liam Travaskis quite comfortably taking that one in the offside.
Quite there, was it?
No.
So 5.4 overs, or 5 overs and 4 balls remain of the bonus point hunt, as Ahmed is in. Everson is forward and just turns his wrists on the defensive push, runs it out to Green at shortish, wideish, mid-on. Bit more dark cloud beginning to gather, but no obvious signs of rain. Tosses that one up, Ahmed, and it's swept by Everson, but inevitably more or less straight down to Lewis Hill again. 4 times. Everson has picked out the man. Travaskis has gone to a sort of wide, long leg.
Because there's two men effective
so
that, yeah, just in case.
Almost two there. He's so fond of it, yeah.
Just in case he top edges a slog sweep.
Rehan is in, bowls, and there is the one that he can get hold of and sort of paddle pull almost, rather than sweep it out to Travaskis in front of the Les Ames stand. He had to run to his left to field. He did so, keeping Everson to a single. Compton back on strike on 149.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, 286 for 5 here. 149 from 299 balls. Well, there will be a lovely symmetry, I suppose, or for those who love a neat stat, a single here would be something. Leicestershire fans won't give us a fig about that. 286 for 5. They'd like to see 6 wickets down. A lot of close fielders around Ben Compton. Nervous 149s. How many of us have been there? As he rocks into back, tested by Rehan, trying to work it in the offside, vacant area there, but just finds the fielder at mid-wicket, and there's no runs picked up by Ben Green. End of the over, 286 for 5 then. England are positively rattling, goodness me. But they have just lost their first wicket.
Is it?
No. It's Ben Duckett, 43 from 38. Crawley has 47 from 40. They're 92 for 1, just shy of 13 overs. Now, I guess if that was a T20 match, you'd say need a bit of an acceleration. But this is a test match
on a pitch
against India,
which is offering the bowlers all sorts.
Yeah.
Well, judging by the highlights yesterday.
And they bowled India out for 224, taking 4 quick wickets today. So they really have made inroads.
Martin has sent me a picture of Bertie, his quite splendid Welsh Springer Spaniel, who he's trained to retrieve plastic bottles from hedges and hedgerows
fantastic.
and things like that. There's a picture of Bertie picking up his latest. Wait till I give you his stats.
I do love a stat. He's Scriven to take up the bowling at the Nackington Road end. That's just nicely played by Everson, forward of square, all timed through there and helping it on its way. And he goes on to 4 runs.
His total for July alone was 229, and he's on 936 plastic bottles for the year. Thanks to him, all now in recycling bins.
Brilliant.
There's also Norman, he's also trained to do the same, and Freddie, of course, although Freddie's in semi-retirement.
Yes, Scriven to Everson. This one, a more conservative shot, ends up with to the onside with Louis Kimber. There's a shortish mid-on there. We've just got the one slip in. That's Rishi Patel. Zach Van Beek just warming up the calves at cover. So yeah, Ben Compton at the non-strikers end has got well wide of the stumps there to allow Kimber in there. Scriven bowls. Everson giving it respect up towards Van Beek in the offside, and there's no run. So all 3 owned by the same chap. So
yes,
we've been training them
Martin
to
Brunt.
Well, that does the heart good. A piece of good news. It's very cricket keeping the stats as well, isn't it? 1,000 bottles by September, or even the end of August, is driven by Everson. A little bit uppish to start, but bounces before it gets to Kimber at short mid-on. It's quite a season. 290.45 here at Canterbury with Matt Cole and Richard Ray on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Leicester, via the BBC Sport website and app, BBC Sport online, and with the pictures here from Kent County Cricket Club. Everson 14 facing Scriven now, back in his crease, plays a little bit late, low backward of square for a single. Ben Compton once again so it reminds me of the nervous 149s. Kent fans have heard this from me a number of times, but I heard an interview with Kevin Peterson a while back saying The most difficult runs are those between 150 and 200. You know how it is, Richard. When you get there, 150, he explained that you've got all the excitement of making your 100, but then it's a bit of a grind towards the double century. Very tricky. 291 for 5. Ben Compton might get himself into that respect. But has a single to get to 1.5. He's Scriven, it's cut away. No. And Rehan Fields not quite tying off the toe end. It's a dot ball, 291 for 5, and the close field is working for Leicestershire at the moment. It doesn't look like Ben Compton is being exactly nervy about it, but perhaps just putting a bit more pressure on him, trying to find something here. Leicestershire for another breakthrough. They've made 2 so far. If you're just joining us, George Garrett, the night watchman. Night watchman on Wednesday, and saw off half an hour on Thursday, and ended up caught by Louis Kimber off the bowling of Logan van Beek at second slip for 10. Ben Dawkins, his maiden first-class innings for Kent, went edging behind, rather charging down the pitch off the bowling of Ben Green for 7.
Rehan is in. Everson goes back, strokes it away through the offside for 4. A little bit short again from Rehan, sat up quite nicely, and it may actually have hit Van Beek on its way. Ben Compton checks with Van Beek, who's checking checking part of his body that he's okay. He does seem to be. It might have been a glancing, well, I wouldn't trust it was a glancing blow, but yes, all is safely still gathered in. 295 for 5. Everson on to 19 with that fine shot. Rehan Ahmed is in, leg stump, and this time it is swept past Lewis Hill. He has connected this time, and that is out to the long leg boundary. So consecutive 4s for Jerry Everson to bring up the 50 partnership of 78. Discussion between the umpires was all about, and they're looking pointedly overhead. The dark cloud which is heading our way slowly is big enough for them to have called for the floodlights to go on. Although there's still plenty of blue around, it is becoming a little bit smaller and is moving away as in goes Ahmed, and Everson turns it firmly, but only as far as Budinger at short leg.
Yeah, I said not exactly gloomy, but darker. Assisted now by the floodlights coming into action.
Rehan is in. Forward is Everson, defending back down the pitch on the off stump. $99 for 5. Bonus point ahoy as Ahmed is in, and Everson is driving but can't get it past Holland, who's in the covers. Coming to the end of the 107th over as Rehan is in and bowls a little bit short, turned sort of aerially past Budinger, who plunged forward to his left, but it would have been a miraculous catch really. That said, Hanscom stays with his hands on his knees, looking slightly disappointedly in Budinger's direction. I don't think he really blamed the fielder, just that had hoped that the shot might have gone a little bit closer to his forward short leg. End of the 107th over, and it's 299 for 5 still. So Leicestershire have just a couple more overs.
Yeah, to take another wicket.
Yeah,
at least for a second bowling bonus point. Kent need just one more run off the 3 available, and Ben Compton needs just one more run for his 150. And there, well, are they icing him here? I don't think they really are, but they're trying to put a little bit of pressure on, obviously. You'd expect them to. Whatever they can make happen after a long wait for Ben Compton. 301 balls so far. He's going to face Tom Scriven coming down from the Nackington Road end, the slight slope to bowl now. 2 slips, close fields on the offside. Defends it back at the bowler, and there is no run. Just a stout forward defensive. Everson has 23 off 53 so far. 299 for 5. Kent. And oh. Was that a clash of heads between the two fielders there? I think Ian Holland went to give is that Logan Van Beek his cap? And both of them came away from it slightly rubbing their cheeks there, I'm not quite sure. He's got a cap rather than the sun hat on. Round the wicket. Then comes Scriven to Compton, just to work that way on the offside. Chops it slightly into the ground, and it's fielded on the offside by Lewis Hill. So there's enormous amounts of pressure here, but there's a little bit of comedy, I think, backward of square in the offside cordon.
Yeah, this afternoon could get interesting, couldn't it, once this 110 overs is done?
Yeah. And we'll be looking for any light relief, I think, at that point. But here is Scriven to Compton. Goes to that one. That is his 150. Lovely shot from Ben Compton. Beautiful way to bring it up. Cover drive, gets low to it outside the off stump. 153 from 304 balls. His 5th century of this season. His 2nd 150 of the season. 13 fours. 418 minutes. Nearly 7 hours at the crease. Fantastic from Ben Compton. He's had another great season for Kent in a poor one for them in County Championship Division 2. He's very much been the leading light, particularly the batting. 303 for 5, Kent as well, bring up their 2nd batting bonus point.
Just wondering if he's getting close to taking over at the top of the aggregate run getters.
He's just cuts that away to Rehan Ahmed. Certainly in Division 2, he was at the top this
Safe
morning.
Saib, was
yeah,
he? He was ahead of Safe Saib, was he? Okay.
Just this morning, certainly, yes, yeah. Just checking out his 150s actually. He has, where are we? This is his 4th for Kent then. He has 3 in Zimbabwe cricket as well. This one's cut away by Compton. Good stop by Rehan Ahmed. Rehan Ahmed at backward point actually, getting down to his right, making it look like it was as easy as anything. It was moving, dot ball.
Yeah, he's miles ahead of Saib now, who's on 1,047. Compton now on to 1,126.
So I think it was the race to 1,000 was Sibley first, Zabe second, and Compton third. But as you say, is now aggregate runs ahead. And the last ball of the 108th over to Ben Compton on 153, and just conservatively plays it up to mid-on. That is the end of the over. 108 overs gone, 28 with a new ball. 303 for 5 Kent, 153 for Compton, 23 for Everson. Zach Crawley has 50 now for England, 109 for 1 they are. They have made a very decent fist of it. Occasionally glancing up as well, Richard, as you say. There is life in that that pitch, England-India. But they are surviving and moving on. But sorry, that caused you, I understand, to look to the heavens here, and yeah, that's a bit of an ugly dark cloud coming overhead. But
I think they've been a bit premature in the call for floodlights. Could have waited till lunch very comfortably. The light is still good, very good, plenty of blue around, and one more over before lunch, and Leicestershire turn to the occasional, increasingly occasional, if that's not a contradiction in terms, off spin of Louis Kimber from this pavilion end. So they'll have 2 more overs. They'll have one after lunch to try and get these 1 more wicket. Kimber round the wicket, bowls, back goes Everson and just strokes it out towards extra, where Ian Holland is the fielder. Kimber bowls. Everson is forward, defending out to mid-on on this occasion. Underway at Old Trafford, where Lancashire have lost a couple more wickets, so it does look as though Glamorgan are going to win that game, but they didn't pick up many bonus points, as Kimber is in just the 3 and turned by Everson out towards wideish mid-on. Just the 3 bowling bonus points, so it looks like they're only going to get 19 points, Glamorgan, from that game. If Leicestershire take, well, at the moment 14, well, it's only a 5-point reduction in the gap between first and second, and it does look like they're going to both those sides are going to extend the gap to third. Kimber back over the wicket to Everson, who is forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch to him. Might just get one more in. I don't think so. Clock's on 12:59 at the moment. Leicestershire not particularly hurrying. 2 balls to go in the over. Kimber tosses it up. Everson drives for 4. When he tossed it up, he tossed it up right into the slot, and well, the proximity of the lunch interval notwithstanding, Everson was tempted and succumbed to temptation. Who wouldn't in those circumstances? Drove it away to the extra cover boundary for 4. He moves on to 27, 307 for 5. It is now 1 o'clock, so this will be the final delivery of the morning session. Kimber steps in and bowls. Everson defends on the back foot, and Kent will go to lunch reasonably pleased with their morning's work, I'm sure. 307 for 5, Jerry Everson 27, and Ben Compton, the immovable Ben Compton, 153, not out.
Mm. Yeah, just coming in at lunch, Dom, and big applause for Ben Compton, the Kent opener. 153 not out at lunch is his second 150 of the season for Kent, his fourth century in total, and big applause for him in what's a sleepy day on the final day, and that's good news for Kent because at 307.45 they're just 15 more runs away now to avoid the follow-on, which means that Leicestershire can't force them to bat a second time on the final day, which effectively extinguishes any chance of Kent losing this match. So it will be a draw, just one over to go as well for any more batting bonus points for Kent. They got themselves two so far with their 307 for 5, so maybe one day for landmarks and perhaps for Ben Compton to extend his score even further. We saw a cameo from young Ben Dawkins on his debut, the England under-19 batter for Kent. A little bit of a naive shot to get out 4-7 in his first innings off the bowling of Ben Green. I think we can forgive him for that. I've got a feeling that it might have a rich future in the game going forward with all the promise he's shown so far. But Kent at lunch on day 4 here against Leicestershire in Canterbury, 307 for 5. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app in around about 35 minutes time.
session on day 4 here at the Spitfire Ground. Peter Hanscom leading out for Leicestershire. To resume his first innings, Ben Compton and Joey Everson.
Yeah, very good afternoon to you for the afternoon session of day 4. Kent against Leicestershire here at the Spitfire Ground. St Lawrence with Kent 307 for 5, 153 for Ben Compton, 27 for Joey Everson. I'm back alongside me, Richard Ray, and we try and set the scene for all the sessions. This one, 15 more runs for Kent means they avoid the follow-on. We're at 109 overs. Another wicket for Leicestershire gives them another bowling bonus point, their second of the innings. And then we'll see what happens, I think it's fair to say, Richard, at this point.
Yes, it's a little hard to anticipate anything happening in terms of a positive result in the game as a consequence once that 110 is up. It'll be interesting to see what Leicester should do. I suspect we'll see a few of the genuine occasional bowlers, the likes of Rishi Patel and, well, looking around, not sure who else, but turning their arms over in anticipation of any overs that they might be required or asked or want indeed to bowl in the one-day cup. But at the moment, it's going to be Tom Scriven who's going to be given the job, from Leicestershire's point of view, of trying to pick up that one wicket that they need in this over, essentially. He's going to be bowling from the Nackington Road end of the ground. There is some heavy grey cloud around. The light is not bad at all. The floodlights are on unnecessarily, it seems to me, and Leicestershire have set an extraordinary field to Ben Compton. They are in a group around the offside from sort of extra cover around to the wicket keeper. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. In goes Scriven, bowls to Compton. Oh, chips it up in the air. It would have gone straight to mid-off. Had there been a mid-off, there wasn't. Just as almost as Singh got out, as Ikash Singh got out a couple of days ago. As it is, there was no mid-off, and well, I don't know whether Compton would have played a different shot, but Hanscom's hands are on his head in disbelief, really. Well, he's laughing now, but well, you know, a normal field, and they would have had that wicket. Well, perhaps that, in a funny sort of way, serves them right for playing around, really. Hanscom still can't quite believe what happened there. Maybe Compton wouldn't have played the shot, but on the other hand, who knows? Anyway, he picked up a couple of runs, moves on to he picked up 3 runs, in fact, moves on to 156 and brings Everson, who's now got a sweater on. He didn't have a sweater on this morning. He's on 27, not out at the moment, the right-hander, and the field spreads. Over the wicket comes Scriven, bowls to Everson, who is forward, pushing the ball out towards extra cover. Van Beek, who was out at sort of deepish extra cover, runs into field. I'm not quite sure what Leicester are doing in this over, and the singlet is taken. Oh. This over does matter, thereafter it doesn't. Well, they're going back to this strange restricted umbrella field between the wicketkeeper and extra cover, but this time I suspect they're going to have a mid-off. They are. Ben Green's gone in there. I suspect that might be a case of stable doors being closed rather too late. In goes Scriven, bowls to Compton, who does steer into the offside, and it's Ahmed. Well, I can't really describe. He's at a sort of backward point position, but so too are about 8 other players, so it's a little bit difficult to describe the field. There is the slip, conventional slip. There are sort of 2 gullies. There's Ahmed at that backward point position. Travaskis is more or less at point. Hill is just in front of point. Kimber and Van Beek are at short-ish covers. In goes Scriven and bowls. Compton leaves outside off stump.
I think there was an R almost of disappointment that he didn't take that one on as much as an R of it's a good delivery. But yeah, he's left that one. I mean, he does love to cut. Does Big Compton, as they've clearly worked out from the analysis.
They're sort of gently teasing him. I think, I suspect a little bit, saying, "Is this your only shot, Ben?" So we'll put all our fielders in that position. See if you can get it past any of them. Well, they could have picked up the wicket if they'd had a mid-off. In goes Scriven and bowls, and he does cut hard down into the ground. It's stopped by Kimber at short cover, and again there's that sort of general sort of amused groan around the Leicestershire fielders. One ball to go for Leicestershire to take a wicket and pick up their second bowling bonus point. Otherwise, well, let's see what happens. Scriven turns, runs in and bowls. Compton pushes it back past him down the pitch on the onside green. Goes in hot pursuit. Let's not make it too hot pursuit, Ben Green. That's exactly how Grant Stewart, and it's where he was running a couple of days ago when he pulled a hamstring. As it is, Green seems to have completed the chase unscathed. That is the end of the over, the end of the 110 overs in which bonus points are allotted. Kent have finished those 110 on 3-1-3 for 5, so 2 batting bonus points to Kent, 1 bowling bonus point to Leicestershire, and it means that if the game finishes as a draw, Kent will take 13 points, Leicestershire will take 14 points. Do you want to commentate on the rest on the next 4 hours? Because I don't think much is going to happen in them.
I thought you were handing to me there. There we go.
I am.
All right, there we go.
Permanently.
Good luck, everyone. 3-13 for 5. Louis Kimber is into the attack from the pavilion end. Rehan Ahmed was operating from this end just before the interval. Back on the test as well. England 110 for 1. Going a little bit quicker and more exciting than this one. Onto the back foot is Joey Everson. It's a gentle push up towards mid-on, and there's no runners. Ben Greenfields and shines the ball on his white shirt. Kent have been very gracious in giving us a couple of bits of news to see us through the afternoon, but perhaps while there is actually some action as that's ball's defended. Might keep the powder dry on that one.
Yes.
But
be reaching for anything in about an hour's time.
any particular subject you'd like people to discuss, do get in touch with us on the back foot, driven up to Rehan at mid-off there. Aren't we going to go for great talk show subjects of our times? What's your favourite biscuit? Here's Kimber to Everson. He's taken that one off. It's a round arm pull, and that'll be 4 runs through mid-wicket for 4 runs, yeah.
Horrible drag down by Kimber.
Yeah, it's not a good ball. It's short, it's wide, and given the treatment by Joey Everson. Goes on to 32 from 64. Yeah, there's every possibility this will turn into some sort of extended net, I suppose, for the next... Yeah, crikey. 3 hours.
Yeah,
tea in the middle of it.
Really.
So yeah, certainly the captains could shake hands at 10 to 5. Am I wishing this away? It's driven to the offside by Everson to take a single. Is that Bullinger under the flat? Oh no,
it's Holland over there
it's
on
Holland,
the extra cover boundary.
I was going to see that. Number of floppy white hats. There's one for Rishi Patel at slip. I'm going to crowd Compton again now. Not quite the offside or the backward point trap they had from the last over. Last ball of the 111th over. Kimber to Compton. Does work that into the offside. It might be a Gresham. They didn't have 5 fielders there now. That's a single anyway. 319 for 5 Kent. 3 more needed to avoid the fuller one. And Everson 33. Compton moves on to 159. Here on BBC Radio again. BBC Leicester. BBC Sport Online, the website and app And Kent County Cricket Club with the pictures. Welcome wherever you are.
Chris Ryder's just come out with about 4 sweaters, various Leicestershire players calling for them. So
It's a little bit
under
chilly,
the dark
isn't it?
cloud,
Yeah.
there's a slightly chillier wind. We've had a glorious sort of west wind throughout our stay down here in the southeast of England. Lovely on the coast, but it was beautiful last night. Really sort of mild, caressing wind, but now it's just swung a little bit, possibly to the north under the cloud. And as I say, sweaters being donned by Hanscom, Patel, Budinger, quite a few of the players, and a few of them have come out in sweaters. Scriven's going to continue from the Nackington Road end of the ground. 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 37 for Scriven. Elbow swinging, bustles in, bowls round the wicket, finds the thick outside part of Ben Compton's bat. The ball runs down towards Rehan Ahmed, a backward point, and there's no run. Thing that they did what they did really. I suppose they were trying to goad Compton into sort of trying to slash it away through that offside field. Scriven is in to him. He leaves outside off stump. As it is, he popped one up.
As you say, the
Perfectly
irony
normal.
being, it was he gave a very presentable chance to
Would have been a goober for mid-off, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But unfortunately for Leicestershire, fortunately for Compton, there was no mid-off. Dark clouds heading away towards the south, basically, as Scriven is in and bowls outside off stump, steered away through the gap in the offside that is now there in front of point. Down on the boundary, Lewis Hill, who's explored most of the Canterbury acreage, the St Lawrence Ground acreage. Fielding out there. Keeps it to 1. Compton on to 160. It's his best score this season. You mentioned earlier, did you say 198?
178, I believe. Yeah.
He does have a double hundred, doesn't he?
He does, just one, not one in this country, but yeah, not one for Kent.
So very much on the cards. You feel over the wicket goes Scriven to the right-handed Everson, who drives, can't get it past the tumbling Sol Budinger, who's out there at extra cover.
Yeah, 178 against Gloucestershire, in the third game of the season, a draw. When Kent had just won 2 games before that as well, a draw. Top of the
Spectacular
table.
start to the season.
Yeah. It's not been great since.
Silly mid-on has gone in as Scriven bowls. Everson is forward, playing it out off stump to mid-off. Ben Green, the fielder there. Rishi Patel, hands plunge deep in pockets at slip. Hanscom, arms folded across his chest. I don't imagine he'll continue to fiddle quite as much with the field as he has done. Rehan Ahmed has gone in a sort of yard or 2 closer at mid-wicket, almost in a catching position, as Scriven is in and bowls. Everson is forward, playing it up the pitch on the on side. Kimber, who was in there at silly mid-on, about 2/3 of the way back up the pitch, leans to his left to field, and that is the end of Scriven's 13th over and the 112th of the Kent reply. 320 for 5. The score, they trail now by just 151, so 2 more runs and the game really is as the dodo.
That's fair to say. But yeah, the breaking news at lunchtime. Kent have made a signing for the One Day Cup. Mo Rizvi has been playing recently for the Kent second 11. Leg spinning all-rounder. Has given a short-term contract for that competition. Got himself 8 wickets against Glamorgan last week at Abergavenny. As Kimber bowls to Compton. turns it to leg. I don't think he's hit that actually, or maybe a little bit of bad of pad. Pops out on the leg side. Keeper Hanscom comes round to field. Also got a century against Warwickshire seconds this week, which I'm sure helped things along as far as Kent backroom staff thinking about whether to sign him or not. Driven through the offside by Compton off the back foot. That will be 3 runs. As we're talking about fielders throwing themselves at balls on the boundary. That was Travaskis, the sub, doing the job very nicely indeed.
Chris Wright's out
Great
there as well,
work.
so they've got 2 subs out there at the moment, Leicestershire. So Chris Wright's out there at mid-off.
3 runs for Compton, 163. So Hull's off, we ascertained.
He's been off
didn't
all
we?
day, yes.
Yeah.
So that we'll have to get to the bottom of if we possibly can.
Again, they may feel anyone who's got a feeling a little bit of a tweak anywhere might just spend the rest of the day off with a 323 for 5. Sorry, I should say that's the milestone, isn't it? In that a landmark for Kent is that they've avoided the follow-on now. It's cut away, that one, by Everson. Good-looking shot, that one, all the way along the ground. Leaning forward, a little bit wide, and cut off the bowling of Kimber. 4-4. Everson goes on to 37 from 69 balls. So, from now, I think it could be a little bit like an extended net for the batters, and I'm sure Leicestershire won't be wanting to endanger any of their bowlers by over-bowling them. Kimber, a little bit short again. It's steered by Everson off the back foot into the offside, fielded by Holland for a single. A change in the field now, and the field changing over. Peter Hanscom hasn't let things go just yet. Brings a point fielder, cover as well, close-ish, slip in. Compton just trying to guide that pass cover. Opening the face of the bat slightly as he drives, but it's fielded. And for no run by Ben Green. Keeper once more. Just pushed into the offside by Compton. A little bit round arm.
Very, wasn't it? He almost sideways.
Yeah. He's top ball to end the over though. 3-2-8 to 8 for 5. The keening of a couple of gulls. Suddenly something was up. About 30 of them just doing laps of the ground. But usually they're pretty polite here at Canterbury. They're not.
I was just thinking that, and over at Whitstable I thought they were very sort of unassuming, unlike on the East Coast where you have to guard your chips.
Take your life in your hands.
Indeed, Brighton. Hove, when we've been down there. Scriven to continue from the Nackington Road end of the ground. Bowls to Everson, who's caught behind. Too late. He was sparring way outside off stump, thickish heads. Well, Scriven sort of raises a hand, and there's 1 or 2 low 5s, but 0 celebration really from the Leicestershire supporters as Everson goes for 38. And Kent, having saved the follow-on, are now 328 for 6.
I suppose there'll be a modicum of disappointment for Joey Everson as well. Would have liked to make a bigger score. As you say, not great celebration from the bowling side. 328 for 6. But yeah, hit 1 or 2 lovely shots during that time. But not to put too fine a point on it. The Metro Bank Cup is coming up, Monday Cup is coming up very, very soon. Could have done with some proper match action, I suppose, in the centre there, Joey Everson too.
Yeah, there is that aspect of things. I'm just jotting down what Leicester's one day side may or may not look like, basically, so I can go through it with the coach after he's dissected the performance in this particular game.
You mean you're going to tell him who to pick? Is that?
No, just say who's available, who's in their thoughts.
The power you have, Richard.
Don't call me E.W. Swanton. Hearing some wonderful stories about the grand old man of Kent cricket over in the press box yesterday. Mark Baldwin was I don't know. You don't know how much is legend
No,
and how
that's
much
true.
is sort of or myth or truth, but good stuff anyway.
Good tales, but yeah, nonetheless.
Finch comes out, has a chat to Ben Compton, acting captain. He's taken over as captain, Harry Finch, in this game, and I'm pretty sure that Grant Stewart won't even try to bat now. It's absolutely pointless him coming out to bat under any circumstances now.
Certainly won't be bowling. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, they're not going to have to face a follow-on. They're not going to have to bat again. So, what will be the point? Danger of exacerbating the hamstring injury he has picked up. Scriven then into Finch with a silly mid-on, still outside off stump, very, very nearly chops on to his first delivery. Just doesn't get up too much outside off stump, and as we've been saying, very difficult for a new batsman to time it straight away. It comes off the thick inside edge and bounces past his off stump. Scriven turns, busy run, bowls outside off stump, maybe a little bit of shape away from the right-hander. We're at about third slip in our commentary position between the members stand and the woolly stand. Woolly grandstand.
Yeah, Wally Stanton was
Yeah.
Yeah.
Members have a great view
Yeah.
alongside us, perfectly behind the bowler's arm, or in this case the batter's back, as he defends on the back foot. Finch out towards mid-on. Kimber, having picked up just flicks it, a no-look flick at the stumps just in case Ben Compton was not concentrating or hadn't wandered back into his ground. He had, and the flick missed anyway. Scriven in, bowls, nice straight delivery. Finch is equal to it, leaning forward slightly towards the outside part of the bat. Ball squirts out towards backward point. Chris Wright is, I would imagine, glad to be on the field. Wright, after a long absence, was injured at the start of the season and hasn't found a way back into the side essentially. Subsequently, or rarely anyway, in goes Scriven outside off stump, and it's left by Finch. End of a successful over for Tom Scriven. He joins the Leicestershire wicket takers, 1 for 38 from 14 for him, and Kent now 328 for 6.
One for the One Day Cup. Chris Wright.
I'm sure he'll play a role
So.
in that, certainly in the squad, I would think.
Yeah.
Sort of, I hesitate to say it, but you think last hurrah almost, really. He's 40 now, Chris, and a little bit now, understandably enough, more injury prone than he was. Kept himself very fit throughout. Obviously had the issues when he failed the drugs test, and yeah, sort of, it does feel a little bit as though it's coming to a sort of natural end this season.
Kimber round the wicket to Compton, drives at that into the offside, straight into the ground, then bounces out towards the offside boundary. Travaskis fields, left arm flattish throw. Peter Hanscom has to come a little bit forward of the stumps, or sideways to the stumps, to take that on the full.
Yeah, they'd probably like to get a few overs into Travaskis and Wright, really, but not allowed, understandably.
It does feel rather like the captains ought to be able to at least conspire for that, but see, the integrity of the competition comes first. 3-2-9 for 6. As Kimber bowls to Finch, defends it back at the bowler. I mean, some might say that the integrity of the competition is shaken slightly by the use of the Kookaburra ball in some games and not the others, but That would be wrong of me to suggest. 3-2-9 for 6 as Finch defends this. Ooh. Update and scores from our other games coming up. Yeah, Kent 3-2-9 for 6. They've safely batted their way past the target for the follow-on, which means Leicestershire will have to bat again in this game rather than putting Kent in for a second time, and secures this game pretty much certainly as a draw. Miracles do happen, but not many stranger than this, I think. Kent 330 for 6. They are still 141 behind Leicestershire. They've made 2 batting bonus points, 2 bowling bonus points for Leicestershire, but apart from that, we are playing out the day at an increasingly cloudy Canterbury here. There will be individual landmarks, and particularly for Ben Compton, who's now 164 not out, the Kent opener, perhaps going towards his first double century as a Kent player, and maybe even to eclipse his high score of 217 across his whole career. So that game going on here, as I said, under cloudy skies, but no interruptions today with the rain. Elsewhere, Sussex still struggling against Yorkshire at Scarborough. They're 174 for 7 now. That game in play at the moment. Yorkshire are 149 runs ahead, or the Sussex trailing them by 149 runs, so they'll need that just to make Yorkshire bat again. Almost certainly going to be defeated unless they get a miracle batting in their second innings. Sussex elsewhere, Surrey have already seen their game off as a victory, the county champions. Commentary on the 2 games remaining for our sides via the BBC Sport website and app. And there we go. And the whole of the southeast covered there, I think. I hope so. It is indeed my job. 3-3-1 for 6. Kent. Compton 165. Finch has 1. It's Tom Scriven decided to come around the wicket now to the left-handed Compton. I've lost track of which end I'm doing.
Scriven is in, bowls, beg your pardon, and pushed out towards
fine.
The subtlest of reminders.
No.
From Matt
no,
Coles.
not at all. Goldfish-like memory. I've come off the update trying to look at 3 scores at once, and yeah.
I was doing my sums. I was working out as Glamorgan are closing in on victory against Lancashire. Lancashire are now 9 down, so Glamorgan just 1 wicket away from beating Lancashire at Old Trafford as Scriven bowls, and Compton defends on the back foot. Ball that doesn't get up too high off stump. Leicestershire will, with the points that they take from this game, move on to 192, I believe. Glamorgan will go on to 149 plus 16, so 165. Yes. So they will still be 27 behind. In goes Scriven and bowled, neatly worked off his legs, off his back foot by Compton out towards deep backward square where Travaskis is the fielder. But Derbyshire still haven't started, so they may yet save their game at Northampton. They will have 6 wickets in hand and trailing by 121 if and when that game does get underway at Wantage Road. They're currently on 133 points, so if they secure the draw, they'll obviously move on to 141. Scriven is in and bowls, pleasantly driven by Finch, but only as far as mid-off, where Green makes the stop. But that means that Leicestershire will be 51 points clear of third with 3 games to go. Not quite done and dusted, but not far off. But only 27 points clear of Glamorgan in second. Scriven is in and bowls, punched firmly away off the back foot by Finch, but again can't pierce the offside field. This time it's Van Beek at extra cover who fields. Middlesex Gloucester is going to end in a draw as well, so it will be Derby who will stay third. Scriven is in, bowls, and doesn't time it Harry Finch as he looks to stroke it into the offside, and this time it runs fairly gently out to Van Beek at extra cover. End of Scriven's 15th over. Perfectly respectable one. One for 39 off those 15. Kent 3-3-2 for 6. And, well, minimum remaining overs in the day 59. We will not have those 59. I would think we'll have something like 35 of them. He says optimistically. Could be more, could be 45, folks.
Yeah. We'll see how we go. But yeah, see, with the spinners on, they're going to get through their allocation quicker. Again, one says hopefully 3-2 for 6.
Buddinger's making hints about him wanting a bowl. I can see now.
Yeah,
he does bowl a bit of off spin.
It's going to be Kimber to Compton. Shooting forward, and there's no run. So yeah, Mo Rizvi, I was saying, signing for Kent for the One Day Cup campaign. 27 years old, leg spinning all rounder. I'm told he has a googly as good as his leg spinner. Yeah, which is
his leg spinner any good?
Well, that's a great question. Well, that does sound like I'm skirting around it a little bit, but there we are. He's taken plenty of wickets. Zach Crawley has just gone for England. They're 134 for 2. But he and Ben Duckett very, very brisk indeed, and that's a good shot from Compton. Back foot and stumped that through extra cover. 4 runs. He moves on to 170 from 329. It was a big and fast opening stand, wasn't it, between Crawley and Duckett. Crawley's now gone, but I guess that's no real surprise, is it, the speed they're trying to go at in that match?
Apparently there's a lot of needle going on out there in the Test match.
I saw Ben Duckett being accompanied from the wicket by one of the Indian players with had an arm around his neck, and it looked cheery. I wonder how cheery it was from the still I saw, but.
Crawley went for 64.
There we go, yeah.
Off just 57 balls.
The umpire's being asked about the ball. What does umpire Devon say?
Wet or dirty or something?
Don't know. I mean, it is
He's
just
wiping it then on the ground.
Yeah, 36 overs old.
It's got wet, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe so.
And
that's not going to help. That's for sure.
Gone in a cover. Did it go in a cover or something? One of the
possibly on
puddles in them, don't they?
On the offside, as Commons just hit it for boundaries, and Kimber now bowling to Compton. That's right into the ground and bloops up. Compton looks at the toe end of his bat. It was jammed against the ball there for a second. It's fielded in the offside by Ben Green. And there's no run. Yeah, Crawley going 64 or 57 balls. Duckett 43 from 38. And on the back foot again, Compton hasn't timed that. He's got the bat over the top of it a little bit. He's trying to drive it low, but fielded wide at mid-off by Budinger. Yeah, England still going at 6 and over at this point, 134 for 2. In reply to India's 2-2-4 all out. The action here is a dead bat shot, a blocking shot by Compton off the last ball from Kimber. Compton has 170, Finch has 1, Kent a 3-3-6-4-6 on the final day here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. So yeah, Rizvi drafted into the One Day Cup squad for Kent. Twin leg spin, I'm asking. Parkinson one end, Rizvi the other. He's played just one first-class game while he was part of Oxford University's squad back in the day, as the kids say, and has played a great deal of second 11 cricket. He's played for both Glamorgan and Kent this summer, and previously Surrey as well.
Scriven over the wicket to Finch, who is again playing a rather pleasant offside firm push rather than drive, but they are at this stage of his innings. He's only faced 12 deliveries, pushes rather than drives, and comfortable stop at mid-off for Green, who puts everything into polishing the ball on the back of his thigh. Really does make a big effort. 37 overs have been bowled with this ball now. In goes Scriven and bowls outside off stump. Finch again pleasant shot off the back foot, but can't pierce the field. Stopped by Van Beek at extra cover. No run. Just the one slip now, Rishi Patel. Kimber's in fairly close at mid-wicket as Scriven bowls to Finch, again punching out into the offside. He's played some super shots, Harry Finch, just for his one so far. That bounces off Budinger at deepish cover.
He's going for his full range. So a bit look more look at what Mo Risby's been up to. He's playing in the Middlesex Premier as well, Richmond.
Scriven bowls, Finch head right over the ball as he defends that one off stump. Runs it out to Van Beek in the covers. Lancashire hanging on, 305 for 9. Well, if their last wicket pair can bat as well as Tom Scriven and Josh Hull did, then they still have a chance, but it's an unlikely one. They need another 168 to beat Glamorgan. 305 for 9 they are now. In goes Scriven. Finch again out into the offside. Again Van Beek the fielder. Patel swings his arms at first slip in a manner which suggests he might get a chance to bowl soon. I think he's top of the bowling averages. Rishi 1 for 7 from his efforts so far.
Normally.
Scriven bowls. Finch. Nice. Again, defensive shot. It's more or less on the back foot. Good maiden. Testing, making Harry Finch play, really, on off stump, or perhaps just outside from Tom Scriven. And Finch did played nicely as well, but wasn't able to get the ball away for a run. 1 for 39 from 16 for Tom Scriven. Kent 3-3-6 for 6.
Yeah, Rehan Ahmed now is going to bowl for Leicestershire. I mean, technically, if they've still got, if they get a first innings lead, Leicestershire here, they could bat for a bit, put Kent in for. You're giving me a withering look, or a knowing look,
Questioning look. No, that's not going to happen. They're not going to risk defeat.
I said technically they could, but yeah,
they're not going to risk defeat.
the question that begs is why would they? Obviously, yeah.
Indeed.
But all results still possible. 3-3-6-4-6. Apart from an innings victory, I think we can say that fairly soundly here. Rehan to Compton. Guys that into the offside. A tumbling stop by Ben Green. Just to pround the covers on his own there. It's a single taken by Compton on 171 for 1. I suppose, actually, technically, Kent could
Stop it with
win
your
it by an innings, didn't they? So, if I was going to be pedantic to myself, as I'm the only one actually engaged in this conversation right now, because Richard quite rightly is not bothering. Yeah. First innings lead, bowl Leicestershire out cheaply. 3-3-7 for 6. Listeners may be glad to know there's only 56.5 overs available in the day for that to happen. Driven up to mid-off by Harry Finch. I'd agree with Richard, he's actually timing the ball really, really well. He still just has the 1 off 18 deliveries so far. Short leg and a slip in as Rehan bowls to him on the back foot, and that's, well, give him the benefit of the doubt there. Guided away, looked like the full face of the bat. Pass slip, perhaps a bit closer than he would have liked, but they'll take 2. He goes on to at 3. 3-3-9 for 6. So those are the possible results. The probable result, the inevitable result, is a draw. We'll see how these two sides approach the remaining overs as Finch defends this one up to mid-on. Ben Greenfields. And there's a no run, 339 for 6. Harry Finch was a big part of the team that won the One Day Cup in 2022. Pushes forward, quicker one from Rehan Ahmed. That's a tester for Finch. He's played inside it through the wicket keeper. Whips the bails off. No run, no stumping. Finch just goes off for a tiny wander towards square leg, interrupted by the man at short leg. Comes back to face this ball from Rehan. Rolls the wrists on that one. It's a stop by short leg. He's under the helmet there now. Is that Louis Kimber with the helmet on? No, it's not. Beg your pardon. It's Sol Budinger.
It's usually Salt.
Yeah. Bit of arm waving he did. I'm not sure if he just slightly overbalanced or just made everyone aware that he was going to go and get it. But 3 for Finch, 171 for Compton so far, 339 for 6 Kent. Leicestershire 471 in their first innings.
And as I predicted, we are now going to see a little bit of Rishi Patel with his gentle off-spin.
Is he not worried about losing his place at the top of the averages? Or perhaps just think he's going to take another wicket.
Perhaps that's why they've put him on. The bowlers are a bit annoyed about it. No, I suspect not. As I say, he may well find himself bowling a few overs in the One Day Cup as the sort of 6th bowler if somebody has problems or the wicket is turning a lot. And when you're on the outground, sometimes you do need 3 spinners. So he's going to have a chance to get a few overs in. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Ben Compton. Now on 171 Compton. Patel is in, bowls very flat and short, and it's chopped away for 4 through extra cover. Shocking delivery really from Rishi Patel, and it gets the bird from the seagulls, from the gulls around the ground. Rightly so. Compton on to 175. So that was his best this season was
178, yeah.
So within a blow of that. Patel is in, that's a better delivery, and for a minute Compton is a little bit unsure, and in the end he pushes it away with his bat coming across his front pad rather.
I should say as well,
mid-on.
Sorry to interrupt, I should say as well that 178 is his highest score for Kent as well, so his highest score in this country.
Patel bowls to him, drag down that is clubbed away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
And that is, prolonged applause. So I think perhaps some supporters realising that that's his highest Kent score. 170 not out for Compton, 179 not out for Compton, 336 balls here, eclipsing the by a single run, the 178 he got against Gloucestershire early in the season. Another important knot for Kent, certainly to make sure this one will be a draw in his 5th century of the campaign.
Well, Rishi Patel not covering himself in glory in this over so far. Steps in and bowls. Back goes Compton, works it out to square leg, where Ben Green scampers to his right to field.
I slightly wonder if Ben Compton might start to think, perhaps when he's got to, another landmark, about the One Day Cup himself and think about playing a few more shots.
Patel bowls, another drag down, another pull out to deep mid-wicket. This time Travaskis is out there. It bounces off Travaskis, who had formed the long barrier, and as a consequence Finch and Compton pick up a second. Into the 180s now, 181. For the first time in his career in this country.
This is, I'm tracking all these scores now. This is his 2nd highest score in his career.
Patel gives that some air. Indeed, he gives it too much air because it's a full toss, albeit a low one, and Compton just flicks it away to mid-wicket to bring up the Kent 350, which receives a gentle round of applause from the Kent faithful. Not desultory, but gentle nonetheless. They know it's relatively meaningless. in the context of the game as a whole now. 121 the deficit. Kent 350 for 6 from 120.
Yeah, he takes strike as well. 11 off that over from Ben Compton. And England lost a third wicket. Ollie Pope's gone for 22. Subject to a review by India.
They dropped a couple, didn't they, apparently?
Oh, did they?
Not for the first time in this series.
It does look like that wicket's pretty lively as well, so a good job so far. Little push from Compton past the man at short leg. That'll be one more to the total, 351 for 6. Compton on to 183. They are... These teams moving from this to the One Day Cup, as we've been talking about, so... On to Finch. It's a full toss, and that's driven by Finch out through the covers. And it just takes a single as Holland fields on the boundary. So Kent at Norfolk in their... I can't remember the title of these games. Is it the...
Metrobank.
Oh no, sorry. There's the warm-up games are called something in particular, and I can't remember what it is. They have a title because all the clubs are playing a warm-up, aren't they? That's full toss, and that's driven by Compton down the ground through mid-off, and that'll be 4 runs. 187 he goes on to. It's not a great delivery.
No, they're becoming rather cheap runs, aren't they, these? Rehan Ahmed is probably a little bit weary. He's done an awful lot of both batting and bowling in the last few weeks.
It's his 32nd over, yeah.
Bowled, when he was taking 13 wickets at Derby, bowled a lot of overs there, made another century there. And irrepressible enthusiast though he is, even at 20 you can get tired, I seem to recall.
It's around the wicket now, very wide in fact, as he bowls to Compton. It's a good stop. I think that's... I thought it was Ben Green, but it's Kimber, I think, isn't it? Just
it is.
Lighting on top of the ball there. Mid-wicket, it's a good stop. Dot ball, 3, 5, 6 for 6.
Glamorgan have beaten Lancashire.
That's Rehan Ahmed to Compton. Defends this one into the onside. They've got more of a sort of leggish trap there. They've got 3 mid-wickets for Compton. They had 4 or 5 points and backward points just after lunch. Oh, that's a drag down by Rehan Ahmed, and it's treated by Compton, just helping on its way on to the boundary. He makes 4 more. He's on 191 now. Ben Compton, 4 for Harry Finch. So yeah, Kent going to Norfolk. Oh, there we are. Men's national county matches. That's what they're called. So Kent going to Norfolk. And remind me, you told us earlier where Leicestershire will be in their warm-up.
We're playing at Guildford on Sunday. I think so.
Oh, is there a warm-up?
We start. Yeah.
Oh right, there's
I
the
believe.
one before that. Beg your pardon.
I may be wrong.
Yeah.
I will check.
Oh
that.
no, I'm sure. I'm
No,
sure
I'm
you're right. So. No.
Don't be sure. I'm often wrong. Let's have a look. See at the scores and fixtures.
Maybe it's just Kent to do this. No.
No. Let's have a look. See.
Patel is bowling to Finch outside the off stump. Got a long way out. Yeah, looks like it.
Beg your pardon. I'm just trying to find the Leicestershire fixtures again. Concentrate. In he comes to Harry Finch. Bowls. Little bit short outside off stump. Finch strokes it rather than hammers it away through the gap in the covers out towards Travaskis. Splendid isolation out there.
To be fair, they just don't have time, do they? Leicestershire. This game finishes today. They're playing first one on
Well,
Sunday. There isn't
they're
space
not
for them.
they're not going back to Leicester. I think they're heading straight to enjoy the delights of Guildford.
Yeah, Kent at Sussex in their first one. Arundel, beautiful ground.
Round the wicket goes Patel. Bowls. It doesn't get up too much, and Compton had to be careful when he went back there. Stroked it out towards Kimber in the covers. 191. His score. Ben Debenham moves from point to square leg as Patel is in, drops short, pulled out towards mid-wicket. Travaskis slides up the rope, but can't prevent the second. Compton on to 193, 363, 46. Patel bowls, reaching for it in front of his pads rather is Ben Compton there. Turns his wrists on the ball, pushes it out towards green at square leg. There's no run. Slightly better over from Rishi Patel thus far. Just the 3 runs conceded from the first 5 balls. Sol Budinger, rather encumbered by those pads under his weights, runs around to mid-wicket. Patel steps in and bowls. Compton is respecting the delivery, which is more or less on the mark on middle stump, and pushes it back up the wicket to Rishi Patel. Yes, a much better second over from Patel, and why not really? I mean, you expect a lot for a very occasional bowler to come in and hit his lines and lengths straight away. He didn't, but in his second over he did, for the most part. Again, 363 for 6. So Glamorgan take 20 points from that game at Old Trafford.
So assuming Leicestershire will take 14 from this one.
Exactly.
Yeah. You know the position at that point. So they make 6 up, but the lead's still a healthy one, or will be. Rehan 2. Harry Finch on the back foot. Nudges that out towards mid-wicket. Fielded by Travaskis. Throwing in the left arm once again. Good throw to Peter Hanscom. 1 more to the total. 6 for Finch. Kent 364 for 6.
So they move on to 165. And Leicestershire, taking 14 points, will go on to 193.
So Rehan once more to Compton. They bats that, and there's no run. And I suppose the gap to the third is the most, well, presumably all things staying equal, will be the same. Will be the important one.
If Derbyshire get the draw, they'll go on to 141.
Right. So that's
They'll
quite the
make
gap.
it.
Yeah. Rehan round the wicket now to Compton. Compton works that into the offside. Ben Green was not going to cut off the single and takes a jog, very upright, to stop it in the colours.
And Leicestershire will be 52 points ahead of them.
Right.
If I've got that right.
And that's two wins and a bit, isn't it? That's 2 wins to 2 into nothing and a bit.
Assuming Leicestershire don't pick up any.
Exactly, yeah. So that's getting very close. So Rehan now to Finch. Just pushed into the offside defensively, and there's no run. Picked up a point.
And they still haven't started at Wantage Road.
So it could well be a draw, do you think, there? So,
Beginning to look that way.
yeah. So Rehan now bowling to Finch, driving that on the back foot. At Green, picks it up, there's no run. I think it's going to be some... northwards, there could be some unpleasant weather, I think, next week. They're talking about storms perhaps coming in, but I think this part of the country will be spared those. Back foot, Finch punching it back past the bowler. Green goes after it again. He seems to be on all the fielding this over, and they will complete 2 runs. End of the over. 367 for 6, Kent. They are 104 behind Leicestershire's first innings. Ben Compton 6 short of a milestone. He's 194, his second highest score in his first class career, and 6 away from just his second double century. On BBC Radio Kent, BBC Leicester, with Matt Cole and Richard Ray. Find the BBC Sport website and app, and with the pictures, courtesy of Kent County Cricket Club.
Peter Hanscom and Logan Van Beek involved in deep discussions with Ben Debenham. And I suspect it's something to do with the conclusion of the game and when and how and what and etc. etc. Because whatever happens from this point on doesn't affect anybody else either, does it really? In goes Patel, bowls short, and Compton goes back and pulls him, bullies him out to deep mid-wicket, but it's only one because Travaskis is out there. I need you to see Compton over the 200, but it won't be immediately because it's going to be Harry Finch on strike.
I didn't feel that he was going to hit 6 off that delivery necessarily.
It stayed a bit low, didn't it? As Patel bowls, Finch drives, and a good
stop.
Diving stop, half stop away to his left by Scriven. A sort of scrambling dive. Got his left hand to the ball, took most of the pace off it. It went about another 10 yards. He picked himself up and chased it down. So Finch takes one, brings Compton back on strike, and you never know. So, come on.
Oh, thank you very much. Why not? 369 for 6. Will he try and launch Rishi Patel? What a great way that would be to get to your 200. No, he doesn't. He closes the face. It's just deflected towards backward square. It's a bit of a shout from the wicket keeper and the bowler, maybe even. He played across his front pad.
He will want this landmark, won't he? It's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a dot ball, and he's been out there 352 deliveries for it in 7+ hours. So he's on the back foot. And he's just worked forward a square. Fielded by Sol Budinger in the covers, in the mid-wicket one. So another dot ball. 2 to come of the 124th over. As Patel bowls to Compton, he'll set off that single quickly and complete it comfortably. As Scriven fields. So 370 for 6. He moves on to 196. I was going to say perhaps a more realistic blow away from
Indeed.
200 now.
Patel to finish his over. Finch defends off the back foot. That'll do me. All yours again now. 370 for 6 remains the score after 124 overs of the Kent innings. It has gone a bit dark. It has certainly gone cooler.
Yeah.
It has certainly gone a lot cooler. Not just because the sun is out, but the air temperature, or the sun is in behind cloud. Everything about the air temperature has fallen markedly. Just feels chillier. The mildness has gone.
Yeah, I heard what we've not heard, I think certainly all summer long, maybe not all spring long either. The weather forecast is saying it's going to be cool for the time of year.
No.
But it's all been about...
saying that increasingly less, aren't they?
Yeah. But the chances of precipitation, it looks like, are receding, so... doesn't look like we'll be interrupting Ben Compton's flow any time soon. He'll probably be quite pleased about that. We'll have to dwell on 196. 370 for 6 as Rehan bowls to him. This is a proper test, though, isn't it? I'm not saying Patel's a terrible bowler, but it's back at Rehan. He's still fizzing it in, isn't he? And as you say, maybe getting a bit tired now, but very competitive indeed. 370 for 6. I'm going well wide of the stumps once again to get the angle round the wicket on Compton. The leg spinner pushes that too short leg off the fielding pads, I think, deflects away. It's another dot ball. Wonder why they might crowd the offside, tempting him to try and carve a boundary backward of square, but none of it. Left outside the off stump. That might have been the googliest, moving away from the left-hander. And there is now pretty wide anyway from Rehan. Instead there's 3 mid-wickets there and a backward square leg with a spin, natural spin coming into Compton as it does there, and he goes well back in his crease, defends it away. Kimber receives the ball from Peter Hanscom, the wicket keeper, and there's I'm getting through this over very quickly. They're well ahead of the over rate, no worry about that. And once more to Compton. Oh, just gets him a little bit there. Toe end of the bat ends up in the offside. Compton just in defending that well back. And no run. Lost ball of the 125th over with Kent 370 for 6. And to Compton, that one keeps low. He's patted that back with a square. This could be the runs. It is indeed a double century for Ben Compton. That little paddle of Rehan Ahmed gets him to 200. And the members to our left rising to him, and applause all round the ground for Ben Compton. 200 or 360 balls, 483 minutes. Indeed, 8 hours at the crease for Ben Compton. He waves all around the ground, modestly as always, accepting the applause of the crowd. Another milestone for him, his first double century for Kent, and not far off his first class high score. And once again in this game, he has steered Kent safe with his runs. 374 for 6, Kent. Ben Compton exactly 200.
Well played, young man. Important little landmark, not so little landmark in his career. And I was going to say, sets the seal on a marvellous season, a personal season, but still plenty of opportunity to add to that. His first class best very much within reach now.
Yeah, 217 is his highest score. That's set in Zimbabwe. Yeah, this is the highest score in this country.
Leans on his bat and watches as Harry Finch prepares to face Rishi Patel. Over the wicket goes Patel and bowls. Finch is forward. That might just have turned a touch, and certainly took the inside part of Finch's bat as he plunged forward. Excuse me. The ball runs out towards mid-wicket where Louis Kimber is the fielder. Patel bowls. Back goes Finch, waiting for a slightly shorter of a length delivery. He defends it again out towards Kimber. Patel bowls. Finch drives pleasantly, but again he's finding the fielder, in this case Tom Scriven, at wide-ish mid-off. Patel bowls. Finch is forward. Length delivery. Patel gives that a little bit more air, a little bit too full from his point of view, and Finch can get to the pitch of it and drive it out through the covers, out towards the sweeper Travaskis. Lobs the ball underarm back to Budinger to relay to Patel. Finch takes 1. Into double figures now for Finch, on to 10. Compton with a 200 against his name on the board. That must give a batter a feeling of satisfaction. Just works that one off middle and leg out towards square leg where Green is the fielder. To 375, I should say, for 6. The deficit now is less than 100. And, well, tea will be taken. Well, I was going to say set in stone, but it moved in the game against Derbyshire on the last day, so it clearly isn't, although theoretically, that's what we always say, isn't it, on the last day.
Was that when 9 wickets down, or?
I'm trying to remember what the reason was. But anyway, move it did, so it's not quite the immovable feast that it is. Sometimes we've often portrayed it as being, but it will be you would assume, at 22, wouldn't you?
Ben Compton has earned some fresh gloves, I think. Cashew Valley bounds on to hand him a fresh pair and bring him a drink as well. So exactly 219 boundaries within that. There's another marathon knock for him. There'll tend to be with Ben Compton because he doesn't score at any great rate, but he has been the anchor for Kent for 3 seasons now. And has got them out of many sticky situations. This year it's been too much even for him on some occasions, but double century. Finch has 10. England going very well indeed. 154 for 3. Reply to India's 224. Good effort from Zach Crawley today, and Ben Duckett with a sprightly opening partnership, but damage done early on by the England bowlers. Gus Atkinson finishing with 5 wickets. They took 4 very quickly this morning. So it was outside part of the bat from Finch. Not sure how much control that was under. It was close to Ian Holland under the sun hat at slip, but escapes, takes a single. Was there some turn there from
a little bit?
Yeah.
But it's so slow again.
Yeah. 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 He's on then to bowl to Compton. That's not a good ball. And he's almost down on one knee. Has clubbed that away, and it's gone for 6. That's his first 6 of his innings. Ben Compton. And that's a big old shot. The 50 partnership comes up. Finch has got 11 of those. Compton has 43. Well, there we go. That's, dare I say, it's not always the sort of analysis when Ben Compton's involved in a 50 partnership, but yeah, it was not a good delivery from Rehan. He has really dragged it down, heading towards leg stump, and Compton has very much helped it over the boundary square towards the new flat.
It's in the ground floor.
Is it? Oh, there we go.
Seen Logan Van Beek down there.
There we are. Sorry, didn't realise it had gone that far.
Yeah,
I lost
they don't know where it is.
There is a gentleman who's come out of the one of the flats, which is handy.
He's shrugging his.
Less handy.
Maybe he's cross. Maybe a window. Well, in buying that particular property, sir,
yeah,
you can only expect to happen.
No,
what has happened?
He's got it. Good man. Oh, there we go. He's tossed it at Logan Van Beek, who's tried to catch it, but I think it's gone. Oh no, lost it again.
It must be in the lease, mustn't it? In the
yeah. Oh, absolutely.
These
they're cricket fans there. They amass on the balconies for. Oh, I thought he'd just thrown it to him.
He did. I'm certain.
And Logan Van Beek tried to catch it, and I think it was at wrought iron fence high. I think he rather jabbed his hand down on the iron railings, and then couldn't work out where it had gone. So they got there eventually. I don't think Logan Van Beek was entirely happy with that. To be honest, looks a bit grumpy.
Yes.
But 382 for 6. I'm assuming he didn't get short shrift from the. Did he say, "You kids"? I've told you once.
No, you can't have your ball back.
Exactly. Yeah. When you learn to behave,
Mister, can we have our ball back?
382 for 6. I'm keeping this one. 206 for Compton now. As round comes in, hoping for a better delivery this time. Gives it some air, and it's treated with much more respect by Compton. Back at him, along the ground, slowly. Picked up by the former England man, possibly. Not very far away from getting back into that frame. On the back foot, Compton back to him. And he must be hopeful, mustn't he? He's having alerted the selectors, at least the England head coach. It's paddled by Ben Compton. Has it hit pad first? I don't think so. Is it all pad? No. He's paddled that away, and that's for 2 runs.
Yeah, I was explaining to Ben Watts that you know that Peter Hanscom doesn't really believe something's that when he doesn't do jazz hands.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh,
so when he raised his hands, the jazz hands. When he does jazz hands, he's pretty sure.
So Ben Debenhams looked at him and thought, no jazz, no wicket. Rehan again down the pitch comes Compton, and drives that into the offside. They'll come back for 2, and he's on to 210 out of Kent's 386 for 6. 11 to Harry Finch. 1 man to go since lunch. Joey Everson caught behind off the bowling of Tom Scriven, and 2 wickets this morning. George Garrett caught by Louis Kimber off the bowling of Logan Van Beek, and Ben Dawkins in his first innings as a first teamer for Kent, caught by Peter Hanscom off the bowling of Ben Green for 7. Kent were 307 for 5 at lunch. They're now 386 for 6. avoided the follow-on, and they trail now by 85 on first innings.
3 o'clock inspection at Wantage Road, our colleague from BBC Radio Derby tells me. Rishi Patel continues from the Nackington Road end, bowls. Back goes Finch and defends out 2 mid-wicket. Only delaying the inevitable, says Fletch, with characteristic optimism. As Patel is ready to go, but for some reason hops to the crease and then doesn't deliver.
So psych Finch out there, or is it the other way around?
I think Finch was still looking down, basically, just wasn't ready at all. Patel is in and bowls a flattish delivery, little bit short. Finch off the back foot, doesn't punish it, works it out to mid-on. There's no run. Patel, a bit more air, bit fuller, driven by Finch out to Travaskis on the cover boundary. Single taken. Compton can't get there with one blow. 217, remember. Now the key figure as far as he's concerned, knocking off these landmarks.
Yeah.
Patel goes round the wicket to the left-hander, who steps away at the very last minute. Not quite sure why.
Not sure what's going on here. Not quite ready. Or maybe some chatter in the field. Not sure.
Patel is in. Plenty of air there, and lots of oohs and ahs. It's flight, and it comes down, and Leicestershire rather indulge themselves as it comes off the inside part of the defensive bat proffered by Ben Compton.
Not jazz hands, but good coordination as 3 players with head in hands at the same time there.
Just trying to perhaps get under Compton's skin a little bit. Distract him as Patel is in, bowls to him. He's solidly forward on off stump.
Yeah, well, he's not the type to be flashing around here, Ben Compton, in the hope of getting this past his landmark quickly.
Patel bowls flattened short to him, and he's cut him for 4. I don't know whether he's trying to vary his pace, something. Again, it's a mistake that sometimes they make, isn't it? These occasional bowlers, that they think they have to do something different at some stage if nothing is happening, when 6 balls in the same place is fine quite often.
Yeah.
Maidens are good. If that's what results, you don't have to, you just make things happen. Sometimes it's a case of patience. So 391 for 6. Compton 214 within 3 now of his first class record score.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, the quicker one from Patel, I suppose. Compton's just thinking it's not going to spin. It's basically a slow medium pacer on off stump. And that's got it away. And stuck in the pitch a little bit, and Finch has offered the bat to it. Out towards extra cover and taking a single. I say it's stuck in the pitch, but it's all sort of happening in slow motion, isn't it, with this ball and with this pitch, that Finch has time to react. So he takes a single. Compton's on 214. He's 3 away from his career high. Looks to work that one behind square for a single. Finds the fielder there. But yeah, that score for Mountaineers against Southern Rocks in 2022. Looks around the field now. Backward square is put even finer. Here's Rehan now on the full, and that's driven by Compton. This could well be 4 down the ground. He's going to come back for 2, and the third one completes. Means he has levelled his highest first class score, 217. Now we know a lot of players don't track individual statistics, but he's got to know what his highest score is. I wouldn't believe Ben Compton wouldn't be aware of it. 217. Finch on 13 at the other end. And they picked up a wicket there.
Bounce and turn.
Yeah, got a little bouncer turn there. No, through to Hanscom. It's a appeal from the wicketkeeper and not the bowler. But yeah, it's beaten him.
Always something of a giveaway.
Yes, good delivery. 395 for 6. Rahan continuing. He's in his 36th over now. Driven, 1 bounce. Good stop by the fielder at cover. That's Rishi Patel.
If Derbyshire do lose that game, as Fletcher confidently predicts.
It's Rahan to Finch, defended end of the over, 395 for 6.
There'll obviously be an even bigger gap between Leicestershire and third. I think they would move on to 133, which would mean fully 60 points between Leicestershire and the third place team, and with 3 games to go.
Really should do it, shouldn't it? It's I'm sorry.
It would be disappointing not to go up. I agree. It would
easy for me to say. I appreciate it.
It would be disappointing not to go up in those circumstances.
Yeah. But I completely understand. I understood it when I commentated with Dave Fletcher earlier in the season. The Derbyshire obviously on a flyer at that point, and he greeted me with much the same. Not counting any chickens in any direction.
Won't last.
Much like you, I think. Well, off the mic at least, I said, Dave, so it's all going right. How's it happening? And he gave me short shrift. No idea. But it won't last, indeed. There we go. 395 for 6. It is great to see both Leicestershire and Derbyshire flourishing this season, and Leicestershire the better of the two, absolutely. At the top of the division. 395 for 6, Kent here.
And Compton on 217.
And faces Patel. Defended back at the bowler.
They've set a single saving field to a certain extent, Leicestershire, so maybe they're aware too.
Probably, yeah.
Sweepers notwithstanding. Although it's still deep.
The analyst might have just mentioned to them, just as an aside. No, it's Patel round the wicket to Compton, cuts that away, and that is his career high score. Ben Compton, and he goes to 218. It's a single, but the round of applause tell you that people around the ground know exactly what's gone on there. Prolonged applause. Ben Compton is not raising his bat for that, but certainly the members to our left and around the ground, people standing up and applauding again. Ben Compton, his career high score, 218 not out here against Leicestershire, albeit on a final day when there's not much jeopardy. There are landmarks, and congratulations to Ben Compton. 218 from 373 balls. He has an half work for it. 8 hours plus at the crease.
Yeah, well done. Rishi Patel is in and bowls, and is driven by Harry Finch out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and 1 is taken. Finch on to 14. Kent 397 for 6, 74 behind the Foxes. 45 overs to go. In theory, after this, we will not have them. In goes Patel and bowls, and Compton is forward, carefully pushing the ball back up the pitch to Rishi Patel. A lone gull flies overhead and across the pitch, watches proceedings for a short while. They don't tend to come on the outfield here, interestingly. In goes Patel, down the wicket goes Compton, just short of mid-on. Doesn't get that one at all, and he's lucky. It bounces maybe only 2 feet, 1.5 feet, 2 feet short of mid-on, and Scriven makes the stop. Compton says, I need new gloves. He did get new gloves not so very long ago, but he has got permission to get some new ones. Drinks are coming out. Leicestershire, their over 8 is +4, so they're absolutely fine, and we will have delays. Everybody's having drinks, it would appear. Hopefully somebody brings something out for The umpires, what time is it? 2 minutes to 3:45. Well, we are still going to have to go through the motions here.
Dare I say, for Ben Compton, thinking about his awareness of that score, which he probably realised if he didn't know exactly by the run reports. I'm sure he did. But the next ball he faced after that, he took on, didn't he? Sorry, it wasn't the next ball he faced, but the next over, he's given the charge to Rishi Patel, which suggests that perhaps he's playing for the landmark, and then going to chance his arm some more, or maybe he just thought it was a bad ball. 397 for 6. 14 for Finch. Compton 218. Yeah. More new gloves.
Well, who's left to come for Kent, assuming that Stewart won't bat, which would be crazy now. Anybody else could do with a knock in terms of the one-day cup?
It's a much lower order at this point, isn't it?
Exactly. So Pete Hanscom's just wandered over to have a chat to Alfonso Thomas about who's going to have a bowl, I suspect, and he will not want to bowl his frontline bowlers at this stage.
So, at this stage, where are we? 397 for 6. George Garrett's already batted. So, after if Grant Stewart doesn't bat, it'll only be Matt Parkinson and Wes Agar, and I don't think they necessarily need particular warming up. Wes Agar won't be playing in the One Day Cup. Matt Parkinson assuredly will. I'm not sure how much of a net he'll need. Kent may be hoping that he doesn't really need a net. They might not get to use him with the bat particularly, but it's a good question. 397 for 6. I wonder if they will think about perhaps even just getting to parity and anchoring up. Though obviously batting is less strain on the resources, isn't it, than having to put their bowlers through any. We're getting the hold of the news from. I think this is BBC Surrey actually. It's the strange nature of shared programmes in the afternoon, but there we go. But that's the end of the drinks break, and it'll be Rehan Ahmed to bowl to Harry Finch, who's on 14. Compton has his massive 218 at the other end, defended by Finch, and there is no run. I should refresh my knowledge of the Sussex game at Yorkshire, because I'll be asked about that very shortly. This one, Finch leaning forward, play to point. And there is no run. Short leg and a slip still in. On to Finch, just grubbing along the ground there. Outside part of the bat, but kept the hands relaxed. So bobbles to Patel. Oh, sorry, it's Holland there now, isn't it? And there's no run. On the back foot. Finch working that to Ben Green at mid-wicket. Really timing that bottom part of the bat. Rehan, a couple of balls to go with the 131 31st overs, are there? It's defended by Finch to Rehan Ahmed. So a dot ball, one more to complete the maiden over. Is Rehan to Finch, and nice looking shot through the onside. He'll take 2 through mid wicket. Rehan just resting his back, hands on knees there, waiting for the ball to come in, and Kent are a run of 400. 399 for 6. By virtue of that, they are 72 behind their opposition in the first innings. Conversation between Ben Compton and Harry Finch. Finch has 16 now off 52 balls, and Compton 218 from 375. Peter Hanscom having a conversation with Rishi Patel. Will take the ball once more. Update coming for BBC stations across the southeast, with a bit less jeopardy here than there is for Sussex at Yorkshire, I think it's fair to say. Yeah, batting out a draw now, Kent, here against Leicestershire. They're 399 for 6. Leicestershire 471 in their first innings. Really the life taken out of the game by a day rained off all but for half an hour yesterday. But we have had a couple of big landmarks for one Kent player. It's Ben Compton. He's carried all before him with the bat from a Kent point of view this season as they bring the 400 up for 6 runs here. Kent, not only has he scored a double century, his highest score for Kent, he's now gone on to his career highest score, 219 not out now. Compton, he's batted for more than 8 hours at the crease across the Kent first innings. He's been joined by Harry Finch with 16, 1 wicket to fall since lunchtime. Joey Everson going caught behind off the bowling of Tom Scriven for 38. So very much going to be a draw here, miracles notwithstanding. It would take something absolutely extraordinary, a bolt from the heavens probably. Sussex 190 for 7 in jeopardy against Yorkshire, but they're still hanging on. They still need theoretically another 133 just to make Yorkshire bat again to avoid an innings defeat, but they're hanging on, as I said, that 7th wicket partnership at Scarborough. And Surrey earlier on just wrapped up what was an inevitable victory against Durham by 5 wickets at Chester Lister. Commentary on the 2 games remaining for our sides via the BBC Sport website and app. And Patel to Compton. And I was saying he charged Patel in his previous over, and I wondered if that was an indication of gloves off from Compton. He's gone back into his shell now, though. Maybe it's the...
Hopefully it might have been a sign of things to come, but as you say, perhaps just a one-off sort of celebration.
Maybe release of pressure or whatever.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I'm not sure high adrenaline, but certainly 2 balls to come of this Rishi Patel over, and got a close fielder in Holland at cover, or short mid-off maybe.
It is difficult for the players now. They have to be professional, you know, and
Yeah.
etc., etc. But there really is absolutely nothing to play for now. Absolutely nothing,
It's
other than professional pride.
It's a full toss by Patel. Give it a lot of air. Too much paddle by Compton. He'll come back for 2, and he'll move on to 221, 403 for 6. Looks like another wicket down the test. They're reviewing it. It's definitely hit the pad. There we go. We'll keep you up to date with that in a second. But yeah, as you say, it's from going through the motions. What I have to say, Rehan is...
I'm a little bit surprised.
He's bowling and bowling and bowling some more. He's going to start his 38th over of this piece. Obviously not all at once, but in one day. But yeah.
Yes. He does love to be sort of centre stage as such. I mean, you're just being involved, but sometimes young bowlers have to be sort of protected from themselves to a certain extent. But anyway, he is going to continue. Peter Hanscom tells Travaskis out there on the mid-wicket boundary to go a little bit squarer. Joe Root is dismissed a leg before wicket in the test. And England are 175 for 4 as a consequence in just 33 overs. Rehan over the wicket, bowls. Finch goes down on one knee and just laps him down towards fine leg. He did so because there is no fine leg. Ooh, and slip from Ian Holland as he closed in on that ball. Happily he's okay. He sort of sat down hard on his rear end there and could easily have just jarred something, but he just examines his spikes and picks himself up, trots back. Finch on 220, picked up 3 there. Nice one-day shot, so Harry Finch is practicing some of his one-day shots. Will Ben Compton do likewise? Kimber's jogging too. Sort of short third man in the end, very wide. It's almost a sort of backward point, but a little bit wider than that. Round the wicket goes Rehan. Bowls and he stumped him. Compton came running down the wicket, missed the googly. Hanscom took it, took off the bails, and Compton basically just kept walking. Well, what a magnificent innings from Ben Compton. 221 off 380 balls.
Yeah, coming into applause. It's not a full ground by any means, but those that have been patient yesterday and today, I'm sure, delighted that they could watch Ben Compton as he comes off the field, and the members to our left rising. As I said, people around the ground as well. His captain, Grant Stewart, coming to the boundary rope to applaud him off the field. Incredible knock. 221, Ben Compton, as he finishes his innings against Leicestershire. .406 for 7.
Hear the deserved applause. Harry Finch has come out to have a chat to the coach to see what I guess the instructions are. Really, everybody's sort of hands on hips a little bit out there. What are we going to do now? Sort of thing, a little bit.
It is Matt Parkinson coming out now. That's actually Grant Stewart, isn't it? Coming this way, the captain just limping. I mean, he's definitely not going to bat. Parkinson does come out next, but Grant Stewart just below us here, just coming away, and
he's still limping now, isn't he?
Absolutely.
So there's no, he's not got his whites on or anything like it. So it'd be crazy.
No, it's
to
him
go to the crease.
He'd gone to chat to Harry Finch, who, well, probably quite rightly asking what the plan is for them at this point.
Well, at the moment, if Kent bowled out, then Leicestershire have to go out and bat for a bit again. For a few overs.
I mean, he might just be asking. I mean, I suppose the likes of Kent's lower order, Ekansh Singh, for instance, might like to bowl ahead of the One Day Cup. I'm trying to think who else will be particularly excited about that. But yeah, again, I suppose 5-10 overs from your seamers, from your spinners as well. You can very much manage them through. If Kent were to get out fairly quickly here, 406 for 7. But there we are.
Well, Leicestershire are only 65 ahead.
Yeah.
If they were all out for 100, it could be an interesting last 20 overs. But
I thought you told me not to.
It's an unlikely
Well, flights of fantasy. There we go.
No, I mean, if Kent bowled them out, I mean,
they wouldn't
go out and throw the bat or anything. No, I mean, if
they
wouldn't try to go out and hopefully try to set up some sort of game that. But if Kent bowl, if Parkinson turned it square or something, it's. I was going to say stranger things have happened, but they haven't really. So it's unlikely. Anyway, Hanscom, who's been off the field, perhaps a refreshment break of some kind.
Yeah, more my thought was, as you say, if they were out of their innings fairly soon, Kent, 30-35 overs, it's manageable with some of your part-time bowlers as well, without putting too much pressure on the front liners, isn't there? But if they wanted to.
Whatever happens, Leicestershire are determined to get their over 8 down to level, it would appear, because it's all very slow out there.
You're not missing anything.
Fletcher's been in touch again. 3:30 start at Wantage Road, and they're going to try and play 40 overs. So Derbyshire have 40 overs to bat out, basically. They have 6 wickets in hand. So they can have ambitions of saving the game still. Rehan Ahmed. Over the wicket, bowls to his fellow leg spinner and beats him on the outside edge with a ball that turns. Don't remember. Well, I'm sure Ahmed did get out to Parkinson, didn't he? Albeit having scored 100, just prodded the ball to slip as he goes in and bowls. Parkinson is forward, pushing the ball out to mid-on. Two for 126 now for Rehan, who is in and bowling. Parkinson is pushing the ball a little tentatively on the front foot out towards backward point.
Yeah, does being a fellow leg spinner make him any easier to pick?
Rehan bowls a shortish, flattish delivery that is comfortable for Matt Parkinson to play off the back foot, back down the pitch to Rehan Ahmed, who has a wicket to his name. Was that a wicket made in the end? I can't quite remember. I think Finch may have taken one off the first ball. Oh no, 3, because it was that little lap down towards fine leg, wasn't there? So 406 for 7 now, Kent. You've got a feeling they're going to end up roughly level pegging the sides with just a few overs to go on first innings.
Yeah, so 8 available before tea. No, I got that wrong. Sorry, 10, isn't it? Beg your pardon.
Well, it might not be 32 because if it's 22 for whatever.
Oh, sorry.
Because
yes,
it's
of course.
final day 340.
Yeah, it should be 340, whatever. Very good
Should
point.
be.
Here's Patel to Finch, works up behind square. Rehan Ahmed is after it and backpedaling as he throws the ball back to Hanscom.
Although with
Single.
Ahmed and Patel bowling, then it should be about 10, that or thereabouts. But as I say, they'll probably want to get their over 8 to roughly level.
Yeah, so suggesting they want to over bowl. Absolutely. It could be. As Patel bowls to Parkinson, and that's pushed into the onside. And is it Kimber that side? Yeah,
It is.
Yeah, sorry. They're quite similar looking to Ben Green. It looks like the haircuts are quite similar, but he's slightly taller and slightly slimmer. Is he, Kimber? No? About the same?
Tell Green of that.
Reaching inside the off stump. Finch, it's a good looking drive. It's a good run as well from Travaskis, cutting the ball off as they take 2.
BBC Radio Kent say you're fat, Green.
I was more worried that Louis Kimber was too thin.
Oh, bless him. No, they're both fine athletes and figures of men.
Just hope he's eating okay. The slip in is Ian Holland as Finch takes this one on the full as well. It really was a full toss, and that has been glided along the turf by a decent looking drive from Finch, but didn't really need any help there. 4 runs, so it's 8 off the first 4 balls. 4-14 for 7. Finch moves on to 27. Parkinson. That's just a single so far. And it's young Bethel has just come in, 185 for 4. He's an interesting cricketer, isn't he? He's plucked out of county cricket fairly early in his career, you'd say. 4-14 for 7. Finch just takes his guard now. With Holland at slip, no other close catches. Over the wicket comes Rishi Patel now to bowl to Finch. Pushes forward at that one. Inside part of the bat. Couldn't quite see the impact, but yeah, it's definitely bat. Might have been bat and pad into the onside. Kimber Fields. And a single taken. End of the over then after this one. Parkinson defends it, blocking it back to Rishi Patel, who wasn't even waiting for the ball there, just took his headgear from the umpire at the far end.
I'm not sure I've seen that before. The bowler turns to the umpire, takes his hat and sunglasses,
And
then bends
and
down
then
and
feels
the ball. Which
Just
was still trickling towards him.
taking his time to get there, certainly the ball. 4-15 for 7.
Sol Buddinger's still desperately warming up, trying to persuade Hanscom, who's avoiding his eye, that he's worthy of a bowl. Meanwhile, Rehan, bowling into the ground, continues from the pavilion end here in Canterbury. The Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence.
A bit cloudy now, the floodlights shining brightly.
Rehan bowls. Forward goes Finch, defending the ball back up the pitch to the 20-year-old Rehan Ahmed. Yeah, that Kent going to have a big old bill for electricity at the end of this. I'm not sure it's been necessary today, really. Rehan is in, bowls a full toss, and Finch works it wide of mid-on. Green lopes, not in pursuit, really gives it up fairly quickly. Looks weary, Ben Green, actually, as he goes after that one. Picks it up over the ropes, and Finch into the 30s now, on to 32.
Yeah, some batting practice for Harry Finch. Wicket keeping once again for Kent in the One Day Cup.
Rehan is in and bowling and plunging forward a little bit is Finch. Ball doesn't turn too much, so can play it off the pitch, push it out towards Scriven, who's at backward point, has to come into field. Rehan bowls back on his stumps is Finch, carefully defending, dropping the ball down, not quite at his feet, but not far off. Budden just steps into field and again rehearses a sort of start of his bowling action. Rehan is in, that might have been the googly. Finch went forward, took the inside part of the bat, turned it to Buddinger along the ground. Rehan is in, and beautifully flighted delivery. Finch goes for the drive, gets a thickish outside edge, and it's running down to wide third man. Scriven picks up inside the ropes, but that was a little bit of a victory for the bowler. Won't feel that way, having conceded the 2 runs from the delivery, but he was beaten in the flight. Harry Finch went through with the drive anyway, and thickish outside edge down to wide-ish third man. For 2, 4-2-1 for 7. 40 overs minimum remain according to the scoreboard. As I say, we won't have those. Umpire Hanscom it probably feels that way sometimes, but the umpire is in conversation with Peter Hanscom. I think that Leicestershire, we want this to get dark enough to bring on the seamers and the umpires to say it's a little bit too dark now, but I don't think it is quite yet.
Yeah,
it has got a little bit gloomier, quite a lot gloomier actually.
Actually, the wind's getting up as well, isn't it? Suggests that you say the temperature's changing a bit out there as well. Peter Hanscom takes a slow walk back to the striker's end.
And whisper it, I think Buddinger is going to get a bowl.
Goodness, it's finally worked.
Well, he's bowled several overs in anticipation.
Yeah, absolutely right. So his first over of the piece. The Kent 421 for 7. Finch has 34. Parkinson has 1.
He does have some first-class overs under his belt, Sol Buddinger. I'm just trying to remember whether he's actually taken a first-class wicket. I'll tell you in a moment.
Over the wicket now to Parkinson. Waits for that. Mistimes it into the offside, but all on the ground. Fielded by Patel. There's no run. Once more. Tosses it up a little bit. Gets forward and deflects that into the leg side, does Parkinson. Delivery. Parkinson working this one to the square leg boundary, but just for a single.
Dave Fletcher adds that with that 3:30 start, they decided to have an early tea in glorious sunshine.
Of course.
You need an adds you couldn't make it up. Having waited all day.
Yeah. Buddinger now to Finch. Defended up towards... Sorry. A slowish drive up to a shortish cover. Patel fields. Forward defensive. Harry Finch. Well, if Peter Hanscom's trying to slow down the over rate. He's not being helped by
No,
Saul
Budinger
Budinger.
won't, but at least he's taking the burden off.
Yeah, absolutely. He's flying through this over. Oh, crikey. It was a bit of a drag down, dare I say. Not quite sure what he's bowling. Right arm,
It's
slowish.
sort of off spin.
Yeah, sorry, that was it was a glance down to a fine leg. 2 taken by Finch at the end of the over. 36 for Finch, 2 for Parkinson so far. And what's he down as? Oh,
He does have a first class wicket.
he
there,
does, yeah.
1 for 13.
I'll tell you what,
I
I'll
must
do a
have seen
deep
it
dive
then.
and find out who,
No, so I
who
will have
his
seen
victim
it
was.
somewhere. I'll
Yeah.
find it, don't worry. I don't think it was, I presume it was for us rather than for Notts. But you never quite know. I'd have to get my who was who out. Might be a second.
It's all good. As which goes off, we'll see if a quick internet search might do it. First class wickets, here we are. Found him. And found his victim, and it's a fairly lustrous one from a...
I wanted to do it the old-fashioned
Oh, beg your
way.
pardon, sorry.
No,
Oh,
go on, you
sorry.
found his victim, so
There we
that's
go.
even more information than I could have provided. So, who was his victim?
Safe Zabe, there we go. Zabe, which is not bad. And that was end of last year, 17th of September.
Ahmed is in, and forward goes Parkinson, pushing the ball out towards mid-on. End of last year. You see, I should remember, but...
Yeah, LBW, absolutely plumb. Had him reaching for it. In 383 all out, there we go. Zabe was 71 at the time.
Ahmed is in. Parkinson this time pushing off the thickish outside edge, along the ground all the way towards backward point. Again, there's no run.
3 overs, no maiden, 1 for 13. There we go.
Rehan bowls. Parkinson works in wistily out towards green at mid-on.
Actually, to be fair to him, it was in a live game, wasn't it? It was that
Yes.
one was won by Northants, so yeah.
Yeah. Rehan bowls. Oh, beats the outside edge and taken by Hanscom, who inevitably whips off the bails, but Parkinson's back foot was in his crease.
Got to give credit to Rehan here.
I'm not quite sure why they're continuing to
No.
bowl him, to be honest.
I mean, it's not like he's on 6, 7, 8 wickets either, is
No.
it? He's not looking for a 5 necessarily here. He's on just 2.
In he goes and bowls, and Parkinson plunges forward, thickish outside part of the bat. Maybe they just don't want to bowl any of the seamers. Looking around, who might bowl, who hasn't bowled? Lewis Hill. In goes Rehan and bowls. That could be he's gone. Oh, he's gone. He's got his man. It went. Rehan didn't really appeal, which made me think that it spun on and hit him low down and was perhaps going down the leg side. But up went the appeals from behind the stumps, and the appeals answered in the affirmative for once by Ben Debenham. So that's why perhaps Rehan was bowling to pick up a third wicket. Anyway, he's done it, and Kent now 8 down. We are certain that Grant Stewart won't bat, so only one man to come in now. I suppose we lose 2 for the change of innings, which is something.
About 10 minutes or so, yeah. So, yeah.
As long as it doesn't come during tea. When you wouldn't lose it then, would you? Wouldn't lose the 2.
No. You need to coordinate these two teams if they want to slow things down, but it goes. And Wes Agar, or Big Bear, as we were hearing being called at, during the pre-match warm-ups. There we go. We had Wezzy, Wezzo in the previous match when they were trying to cheer him on the Kent team, I should say. But yeah. Right.
Will he play with the aggression of a grizzly, or will he be more panda-like and gentle? Was he a big hitter?
Yeah, I mean, he yes.
Hits a big ball?
He's not tremendously subtle, I think it's fair to say.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Could
he
be
certainly
entertaining.
can. He had fun at Blackpool in the game up there, hitting 40-odd off just about as many balls.
The deficit at the moment is 47. Well, Buddinger's going to be given the chance to pick up a second first-class wicket.
Yeah, let's see how he goes. Bowling now to Harry Finch on 36. Finch, well, very respectful, I would say, to that.
You don't want to get out to a part-time.
No, that's a very good
really
point. I'd imagine, yeah. So not particularly impressed either, but defending that back at the bowler, as you say, that may be the watchword at this point for him. Is just make sure. Don't want any of that nonsense. Thank you very much. Budinger just drops a little bit short. Back foot, Harry Finch. And works it up to wide mid-on and takes himself a single. So we'll find out how Wes Agar is going to approach this now very shortly. A chat between him and Harry Finch there. I wonder what on earth goes on. They just had a chat as he came in. Finch has played a couple of deliveries and then hit a single. They've had another chat. What's he doing? What's he doing? Says Wes Agar. Well, almost chucked. Sorry, I'm not saying it's an unfair delivery, but hand coming through very quickly and flat by Budinger. I should have called it flat, I beg your pardon. This one given much more loop. Whereas Agar plays it back at Budinger, who's picks it up and runs back to his mark. Well, he's not costing anybody any time, that's for sure, Saul Budinger, in this game.
Well, if the wicket falls now, they would take tea, I believe.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? At 3:30, as Agar's forward, propelled up to mid-off, fielded on the ground, 4-2-5 for 8. Kent 46 behind Leicestershire's first innings score. And just wondering if I should go round the ground. So I'll look at what else is happening in the England 196 for 5.
For 5?
Yeah. So Brookits looks like Bethel's gone.
Oh, for next to nothing.
Yeah,
probably.
not very many at all. And what do you go for? Jacob Bethel just 6 runs indeed. Championship Division 1, Surrey beat Durham by 5 wickets, 176 for 5 today. Earlier on. There's a draw between Essex and Warwickshire, that one presumably. No further play possible in Division 1. And Yorkshire have beaten Sussex by an innings of 120 runs at Scarborough this afternoon. Worcestershire 48 for 1, needing 310 more. Sounds unlikely.
Rehan, of course, continues, and an attempted little reverse paddle from Harry Finch, which was anticipated by just about everybody on the Leicestershire side, who started to run off to the leg side, but he didn't really connect, and it came off the pad towards short leg.
Yeah, 310 more to beat. Hampshire need 9 more wickets in the remaining time to win at New Road, Worcester.
Rehan bowls and Finch drives the ball back to him. Rishi Patel's taken Budinger's position at short leg to save time with the pads. Holland and Kimber are at first and second slip. Rehan bowls, and outside off stump, it's punched away. Well, steered as much as punched really by Harry Finch out to the sweeper. Logan van Beek, and one is taken, which brings Agar down to face the leg spinner. This could be interesting if the big bear unveils a heft or two. Let us see. Field's coming in saying, go on then, hit it over us. Mid-wicket as in goes Ahmed, and Rehan, and Agar stands back and just sort of almost lets ball hit back really there. Travaskis walks in from mid-wicket to field. Rehan bowls a very short delivery that just doesn't get up at all. It eventually gets towards Agar, who was waiting for it on the back foot, and again he pretty much lets the ball hit bat as much as anything and pushes it, well, doesn't push it. Wants it rebound out towards green. Rehan airs in again, it's too short, and he turns away in disgust as Agar can just again stay back and just poke it out into the offside. And yeah, not the most edifying or entertaining little session of cricket there. 46 for 8.
I'm not sure if we even tried to dress it up, because you'd have to see what you see here, don't you? But it's,
well, he looks exhausted, Rehan.
Well, I'm not surprised.
No, he's on 41 overs now.
He's rather, yeah.
Having scored a century in the first innings as well. Been pretty much out there for most of the match, one way or another.
Yeah, it's been great value for his side.
Quite.
But 4-2-6 for 8. Kent as Buddington continues, and just one latest score I didn't tell you about in Division 1, which I'll go to and on to Div 2, as Buddington bowls to Finch. It's up at mid-wicket. Buddington was very excited about that. I think Finch less so. Somerset are 160 for 4. They're 54 ahead of Nottinghamshire, batting in their second innings, and Nottinghamshire could bat again as well. So it's a possibility. I mean, it looks like the draw, but this one's given a lot of air by Buddington and just guided away by Finch, deciding not to attack that one. More importantly for Leicestershire listeners, Derbyshire 54 for 4, trailing by 119. As this one's defended by Finch against Northants, so it's 119 to make them bat again. So that make that 54 for 5. Well, that is good news for Leicestershire. Looks like a wicket has just fallen as I was speaking there. Yeah. Joe Hawkins has gone for a duck.
Yeah.
So it's great news for Leicestershire fans. They try and build the gap even further on third place onto the back foot, driven by Finch up to mid-off. So 5 more wickets there for Northants to take after the rain delay. This one, Buddington to Finch again. I think you're right, Richard. I think Finch is just saying, I'm not keen on getting out to you.
Let's get to tea.
Yeah, maybe so. Get through the overs nice and quickly, get to tea nice and quickly, and yeah, they can bowl more before tea, can't they? Absolutely. I'm not sure they're going to be able to, actually. Not that quick, but it's steered away to the offside boundary for a single. Finch will take the strike. Kent 4-2-7 for 8. Finch 39. Agar yet to score. Elsewhere in Division 2, Gloucestershire 203 for 2. And reply to Middlesex is 445. But a bit like this match, it's all in the first innings. So that one is going to be a draw. Glamorgan having beaten Lancashire by 154 runs earlier in the day. And that concludes the county scoreboard. Here Kent are 44 behind on 4-2-7 for 8. 35 overs available to Leicestershire, but yeah, it's looking like 10 to 5, I would say. 4-2-7 for 8.
Rehan, of course Rehan, from the pavilion end is in and bowls, and Finch is forward, defending out to Buddington in the covers.
I mean, it says a lot about how much he wants to bowl, I would suggest. He just wants to be involved.
But he won't hurt his shoulder. In he goes, gives that one some air, and forward is Finch. Playing the ball out to mid-on. Green picks up, jogs back to his position. Rehan bowls, and forward goes Finch, pushing it into the gap out towards Logan van Beek, who sort of does a sideways exercise along the boundary to get to the ball, hopping from left foot to right foot, keeping himself entertained. Harry Finch into the 40s now. Brings Agar down on strike. Mid-wicket comes into conventional mid-wicket as Rehan bowls, and Agar a little bit more forceful in terms of the push out into the offside. Buddington dives over the ball, sells Hill something of a dummy, but Hill, professional to the last, had covered him and moved to his left to make this stop. Rehan is in, gives Agar an opportunity by tossing it right up. It's a low full toss, but the Australian can't really get hold of it. Slightly more aggressive, but all he can do is get it off the bottom of the bat to Green at mid on. Rehan is ready. Steps in and bowls, and Agar steps forward and leaves. We might just get one more over before tea. Nobody's rushing anywhere, but umpire Widdop is walking into his position behind the stumps. He can't change in turn. We are going to get an over from Lewis Hill. I said we might. Now Hilly hasn't got a first class wicket, I'm certain of that, but he does have a few overs. I think 8 overs, something like that. Let me just confirm. He's going to be very cross with me if he has got one, but I don't think he does. No, he doesn't. In first class cricket, he's bowled 54 deliveries and has none for 47.
Oh, well, perhaps this is the day. And
well, Harry Finch will be determined it's not going to be
yeah,
hit.
quite. He's only got one chance, hasn't he? But because one wicket falls and
exactly, yeah. Well, I suppose he could bowl after tea if we have to continue. But
I meant more. There's only one wicket to take now.
Yes,
but
yeah.
It's very unlikely Kenneth going to bat a second time. So yeah, this is.
But one wicket will be his.
Yeah.
Would be his first class best.
And if
you wait for the celebrations if
say,
Hilly gets it.
Harry Finch didn't want to get out to Sol Budinger, what will he make of Lewis Hill? Here's Hill trotting in right on medium. That was decent, wasn't it?
Yeah, listen to all the applause.
Oh, now
Finch jammed it out.
Well, that's his loosener. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, he did absolutely great length, lively. And as Hill bowls to him, a little bit shorter this time. And, trots back. Again, he's not wasting any time here, as it'll take them to tea, and that'll be fine.
Much amusement from his teammates, which might nettle Hilly a little bit.
Well, it's a little stutter step as he starts. Now bowls, and that is short. And on the back foot, Harry Finch takes advantage and gently drives that up too wide, mid-off. It's fielded by Scriven.
Now is his opportunity, bowling at the number 10.
Yeah.
Well, number 11 really, isn't he? But Stewart would obviously have normally come in before him.
What's it doing, Harry? He's asked. Not much, I'd imagine. But Hill bowls now to Agar. Tempting to tee off there, but again, it's a good length. And it's toe end of the bat. Miss hit up towards mid-off. No run. Chances he might just sneak one onto the bat of the big Australian here. Take a wicket just before tea. Here's Hill, driven by Agar. It's a better looking drive. Got more meat to the bat on that one. Ball to come. And then assuredly it will be tea on the final day. 4-2-9 for 8. As Hill bowls last ball of his first and only over in this match. And driven straight back at him this time. Half fielded there, reached the right hand down. That will be the end of the over, and that will be tea, ladies and gentlemen. 4-2-9 for 8. Kent, they are 42 behind, and pretty much a phony war for the rest of this game. With a draw inevitable, what we have seen is Ben Compton beat his career best, 221 he amassed over a couple of days, 8 hours and more at the crease. Fantastic innings for him, and a big milestone. But otherwise, we'll just see what happens in the last session of this match. Do join us. I'll just wait to see who bowls, actually, from the rest of the...
I wish I brought my whites.
You probably get a game. Harry Finch is he applauding himself as he goes off there? Who knows? He may even get a bowl in the ensuing time. But yeah, we'll be back in 20 minutes on BBC Sport Online with BBC Radio Kent and BBC at Leicester, and with the pictures from Kent County Cricket Club from me, Matt Cole, and from Richard Ray. You'll hear from us soon.
Peter Hanscom leading at Leicestershire. Series Hughes Kent's first innings. Harry Finch and Rothesay County.
Welcome back to the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, final session, final day of Kent against Leicestershire. Kent resuming 4-24-8, 41 behind Leicestershire, as the game will move inexorably towards a draw in this final session. I'll be doing an update for BBC stations across the southeast very shortly. Sussex and Surrey's games have already finished, and this is our last remaining game of the three in our region. But we'll get commentary underway on Matt Cole alongside me. Richard Ray, Rishi Patel is going to bowl from the pavilion end to start this final session. We'll see how aggressive Kent are, how much they want to bowl, or how much these batters, I guess, want to net, and who exactly bowls for Leicestershire in this final session. All that to come. Here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Leicester, via the BBC Sport website and app, and with the pictures on Kent County Cricket Club's feed. And inexorably going towards a draw here, Adams. They come out after two with Kent 420 for 8, just 41 behind their visitors, but both of those are first innings scores, so it will be a draw here. We have had one major highlight of the game, that of Ben Compton, a highlight of his career. Ben Compton, the Kent opener, 221 before he went in the second session of the day today. A double century for him and his highest first class score of his career, going past 6,000 runs for his career as well, and the highest score in County Championship Division 2. And what's been a pretty dismal season for Kent, he's done very, very well indeed. Harry Finch has just hit that ball for 4. He moves on to 45 not out, whereas Agar has none. Elsewhere, we have had two decisive results for our sides. One going for Surrey, 176 for 5. They finished against Durham to wrap up victory by 5 wickets, and Sussex beaten this afternoon by Yorkshire by an innings and 128 runs. Commentary continuing on Kent v Leicestershire via the BBC Sport website and app. And the ball is retrieved from the boundary as Finch has hit that for 4 through extra cover. 4-3-3 for 8. As Finch moves on to 45 just after the interval. Working that into the onside. Tumbling stop by Ian Holland. He's up as he tumbled the orange soles of his boots, showing to us. He tosses the ball back to Rishi Patel, who has none for 42 so far from 8.4 overs. Bowling to Finch now. Sees that off stump into the onside. Holland has fielded that, and a dot ball. 4-3-3 for 8. So getting a bit of madness there, both physically and metaphorically, into the offside. And this one defended by Finch, end of the over. Kent 4-3-3 for 8. I'm a bit worried about madness setting in the commentary box, to be honest, in the last session here, but we'll do our best. Myself, Matt Cole, and Richard Ray beside me.
39 minutes.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, that sums it up beautifully, Richard.
We have.
Yeah.
I think. Well, I hesitate to use the word endure, but that's how it feels. I had a quick word with Logan Van Beek during the tea interval. I said, "What sort of time?" He said, 10 to 5 on the dot, and he said it'll be Rishi and Salt until the close. So. Poor Rehan Ahmed, after however many overs it was, 41 in the end, something like that. And he managed to pick up a couple of late wickets, those of Ben Compton and Matty Parkinson, his fellow leg spinner. So it wasn't entirely wasted as far as he was concerned. India fought back strongly, 2 wickets just before tea.
Absolutely, yeah.
So they have bowled their way back into the test match, as they say.
They have to drag the ball out of Rahan's hand, do you think, there? Poor chap having bowled so many overs. But
He's still out there, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
In goes Budinger and tosses one up to Wes Agar, who watches it in a sort of semi-interested manner as it drifts past his raised bat into the gloves of Hanscom. A yard, maybe less, outside the off stump, a foot outside the off stump.
Rahan has just bowled that back to Budinger. He just won't stop.
Budinger tosses it up as gently as you like to Agar, who pushes it back to him as gently as you like. And repeat. This time on the back foot.
This is what you need.
I suspect Kent don't want to bat really. Don't want to bowl. They don't want to have to come out and sort of bowl. So we could go. This could be really awful in for a little bit. In goes Budinger, and it's pushed back to him, obviously by Agar. That will be the object, I suspect, of both sides now. I don't think Leicestershire particularly want to take this last wicket, and I don't think, we just have to do this now. Budinger is in, and Agar just pushes the ball back to him. Budinger could come off with about 8 overs, 7 maidens here. Grant Stewart limps, bless his heart, around back in front of us. Budinger decides to change the field slightly just to use up a bit more. Oh, is it +7? This goes Budinger, and
some good work.
It barely gets there, and Agar just waits for it under the stumps and pushes it back to him. A maiden over, and there is applause from the Leicestershire team for Budinger, slightly sarcastic applause.
I think they should give Wes Agar a pat on the back as well there, because he didn't make Budinger move the ball either. Does he just push it back to him as if it was as if it were a slow net on the outfield? But 4-3-3 for 8. Patel has an under for 42 off his 9. He's slightly unlucky, I suppose, in that respect, to be bowling to Harry Finch, who looks a little bit more encouraged to take the bowling on. But you're right, I don't expect Kent will be that enthusiastic. The bowlers coming out there, maybe a few overs for Jaden Denley and Ekansh Singh ahead of the One Day Cup. They might turn the arm over, but 4-3-3 for 8 as Patel bowls to Finch. 4 defensive. And, well, I would really congratulate whoever that is, giving the G up to Rishi Patel there. Bit of applause. Bit of a... Well, I suppose you can't say 1 brings 2 at this point, because it'll just be the 1, won't it? But there we are. Not much gamesmanship going on. Patel, slowish right arm spin. Off spin, I guess, to Finch. Doesn't seem to be doing enormous amounts, but it hasn't been throughout the pitch, throughout the game, rather, off the pitch. I give Patel his credit. Finch has 45 off 94 balls. And Finch defending this one into the onside, and it's fielded by Ian Holland, who's swapped the floppy hat for a cap, as it's a bit cloudy here. Floodlights on. Just thinking, Rahan, that bowling hand, it might just be like a claw now after 30 odd overs, but I think he certainly bowled the ball back to Soldan Budinger when it came back to him in the previous over, so he's probably fit enough and ready to give his captain some more overs. 4-3-3 for 8. And as Rishi Patel been told to slow down there, maybe. As the ball comes to him via Ben Green at mid-on. The field pretty much spread around an inner circle in white ball terms. And this one's back at the bowler. No run. He tosses it back to Ben Green. Rishi Patel, obviously he wants him to do some shining, keeps the shine on the ball. It's only 64 0.5 overs old. There's still life in it yet. 12 minutes past 4. Finch is on 45. She's just going to chuck down a seamer here. Patel bowls to Finch. And it's a, guess what? It's a maiden over. 4-3-3 for 8.
And he does a little fist pump there,
Yeah.
Rishi Patel. Again, rather sarcastically. I'm afraid this is now the very definition of going through the motions. Neither side want to continue. Leicestershire will slow it down because, as I say, their over rate is +7 at the moment. So they've got all the time in the world. They can take all their time to discuss field changes and not make any, discuss bowling changes and not make any. And we have 37 minutes before the umpires will allow hands to be shaken. 30 overs potentially remain to be bowled, but I think we'll probably have about 7 or 8.
Yeah.
First of which will be bowled by Sol Budinger from the Nackington Road end bowls, and very full to Agar, just strokes the ball back down the pitch to Sol Budinger.
And where's Agar's building the balls faced column of his first class career here, if not the runs.
Budinger bowls. Agar defends on the front foot. Can we just take that as read, folks, if you're listening now? Unless we tell you to the contrary.
There's a
Budinger bowls, Agar defends.
There's a button on radio desks, isn't it, called a hotkey, where you can put
Is
a
there?
recording on, use a lot of little, you know, like a little trail or a...
It's happened again.
Yeah.
And will continue to
You
be.
just want that on a hotkey,
Yeah.
Richard saying.
Just so you can press.
And back at the bowler.
No slips, obviously, just sort of people spread out like a sort of village game in that respect. Budinger literally sort of tosses it up in the air with a sort of grunt, and it loops gently towards Wazega, who, let us emphasise, will not want to get out to this in some embarrassing sort of way and cause general hilarity and be the subject of a meme for the rest of his life, I would imagine. In goes Budinger and bowls, and Agar is forward.
Yeah, the county championship account are not shy of putting those sort of things up, are they? 'Cause
No.
it fires the imagination, doesn't it? Especially if, as may happen, his teammates just fall about laughing after.
Well, had Hill taken a wicket,
Yes.
it would have legitimately
Yeah.
appeared on the county championship website. But I said to Logan, "Is Hilly not going to bowl anymore?" He said, "No, I think we'll just go with Rishi and Sol."
And of course, he has a
Till
wicket
we're done.
already, just Budinger, doesn't he?
Both
So,
of them do
yeah.
have first-class wickets to their names. Budinger is in, and Agar is forward, and that is another maiden over.
Well, I don't think I've ever said this before doing county cricket commentary, but I would back myself to bat out there right now.
You'd fancy it.
Would you? No quicker than that, I can tell you that. 4-3-3 for 8. As long as I could just hold the bat in front of me. 45 for Finch from 98 balls. Agar has none from 24. Even that stat means nothing at this point because they're not being threatened by the bowlers, and the bowlers are not being threatened by the batters. 4-3-3 for 8. And I was looking earlier on, the fixtures are just might go through these for both sides perhaps,
Sure.
and look at the outgrounds that they're gonna play at. So Kent will be at Arundel, which is a beautiful place,
It is.
on Thursday against Sussex Sharks. Then the first of their games at Beckenham against Durham on Sunday, and then the following week has 2 in that week as well. It's Wednesday and Sunday. They're at Rugby School. Never been to that ground personally. For Warwickshire away from home, and then back at Beckenham on the Sunday against Lancashire. This one's pushed into the offside by Harry Finch. Do I need to say you're not missing much action? Probably not. I'll tell you if anything happens. And then the following week there are 3 in the following week. The Tuesday is at Radlett against Middlesex. Back foot drive. That's a nice looking shot, and Rishi Patel will be disappointed by that for many
Yes.
reasons. They've come back for 2. Doesn't really seem to be in the script, but they'll take 2 more, which moves on to 47. So at Middlesex against Radlett on Tuesday the 19th.
You been to Radlett?
Yes, I have. Wantage Road, Northampton. Boo. Not an outground. I've got nothing against it personally, on the 21st. And then back at Canterbury for the final 2 games for Kent against Somerset on the 24th of August. And Yorkshire on the 26th. So as Patel bowls to Finch, it does give the counties a bit of an opportunity to use the outgrounds, the One Day Cup, doesn't it?
It does, as well as players who might not otherwise
absolutely right. Yeah.
get a game, which is
I mean, it has given
wholly good.
Yeah, given Kent the opportunity to play the younger players. I'm sure Ben Dawkins and Ekansh Singh will play a big part in it. And Rizvi, of course, promoted from the seconds to a contract for the One Day Cup. As Patel bowls to Finch, defended. And when the steward looks rather urgently across from the Woollystown balcony to... Is he making sure his colleagues haven't gone by now, maybe? Didn't mind the last one on the ground. No, it's alright. There's people here. 4-3-5 for 8. Patel, slightly quicker delivery. Finch steers that into the onside. Single taken, Travaskis Fields. Last ball of the over will be bowled to Wes Agar, who is yet to score. Hasn't showed any great ambition in that direction, I would say, either. So... Oh, yeah. They're 7 overs ahead, so they can reposition the field. And Bate goes out to the offside boundary. And Agar just pretty much dead bats that into the offside. Off the back foot. And no run taken. End of the over. That's Saul Bunninger Fields will keep the ball if he's bowling for the next over. 4-3-6 for 8 Kent. They are 28 behind now.
I'll give you the Leicestershire fixtures in the One Day Cup as the umpires. Everybody confers.
Of course they do.
Just to waste a bit more time, essentially. Actually, I think I said that Leicester are at Guildford on Sunday. It's next Wednesday. I should have confirmed. Although I don't think they have a minor counties fixture. In fact, I'm sure they don't have a minor counties fixture this Sunday. They have played Staffordshire previously in that fixture, but as far as I'm aware, there's nothing lined up this time. Anyway, Wednesday the 6th of August, 11 o'clock start at Guildford. Sunday at Bristol against Gloucestershire, obviously. So first 2 games away from home. First home fixture sees Leicestershire take on the Notts Outlaws at Kibworth, which we spoke about earlier, Wednesday the 13th, 11 o'clock start. The following Friday, they're down at Southampton to take on Hampshire. Sunday sees them back at Graces, or Gracie as Rehan calls it, the Upton Steel County Ground, Grace Road that is, when Essex are the visitors. Derbyshire follow at the same venue on Wednesday the 20th of August before they play their 3rd consecutive home game at Gracie against Worcestershire, and then travel to Glamorgan in the final group game of the Metrobank One Day Cup, and that's taking place not sadly at an outground. I was hoping it might. I was thinking Colwyn. I haven't been. I've only ever been to
Swansea.
Only ever been to Cardiff, but that is where that final fixture is due to take place Tuesday the 26th of August at Cardiff, before the Rothesay County Championship resumes with, well, potentially a promotion clinching game against Gloucestershire starting Monday the 8th of September. The 8th, that is. Leicestershire have a bye week that first week.
You get a lap of honour in the last 2, perhaps.
You haven't missed any cricket because the
No.
talks were going on. Now in goes Budinger and Finch, who's not really playing the game by taking runs, drives it out to mid-off and does take the run. Is that his 50? No, 49 he's moved on to. 437 for 8. Agar's playing the game, none off 25 balls.
Dare I say that perhaps, well, I'll keep my thoughts to myself for a second.
Budinger is in, Agar is forward.
Perhaps the danger of Harry Finch accidentally getting himself out by playing a more attacking shot is much less than Wes Agar maybe getting himself into a mess.
Prodding forward.
Yeah. Or maybe as you said, he's just not on the same page.
Budinger bowls, and that's a low full toss, and even that is just prodded gently to Ahmed at cover, or extra cover. Budinger is in, Agar is forward. I'm thinking if the wicket were to fall at 22, that could be that as well, couldn't it? Wouldn't it be? Because they take 10 off for the change of...
Yes, I think
innings.
so.
In goes Budinger bowls a leg side long hop that Agar just waits and pushes to mid-wicket.
Does it
I'm
not?
not sure whether that would work.
I'm not sure. Does it not depend on who's ahead at that point? Given that you're looking at two declarations, or one declaration at that point, aren't you, and then a changeover.
Yeah. Budinger is in and is pushed by Agar. He's going to take a run just wide of mid-wicket. Yes, because we need...
I think Leicestershire need to be
Kent
ahead.
to declare, don't
Yeah.
we? Behind, sort of.
Yeah.
Is that
True.
right? Anyway, we're going on. 4:38 for 8 at 4:24.
Aren't we? We are.
Yes. And 26 minutes. Maybe 6 more overs, because we're going to have long discussions between each over.
Indeed so. England are a run behind India now, with 7 down. That looks like a very exciting test match already. Like certainly when Duckett and Crawley were going early today, 90 or 13 odd overs. Like they might be eating up and flying past India. They've fought back with the ball as England did this morning, taking 4 quick wickets to dismiss India for 224. Looks like a decent game. Delay over. Patel to Agar. Back foot. Defended away off his stumps, and there's no run.
Can't we switch off the floodlights now? We have sunshine,
Yeah,
so
it's a good point.
anyway.
And then maybe if they didn't come back on, we'd have to go off a bad light. Well, I suppose that's a way of engineering it. 438 for 8. We've run out of 50p's, they could say. Sorry, fuse has gone. We'll have to go down to the hardware store to get it, and that'll take too much time. Single taken by Agar. He's off the mark. Oh, sorry, he's already off the mark. Beg your pardon, I've missed that. Might be the previous over. Yeah, he took the strike, didn't he? So he's on to 2 now for 32 balls. Finch will face. He's 1 away from his 50. I'll be interested to see how that is received. If and when Henry Finch gets to his 50. It won't be boos, but maybe not quite the enthusiasm of Ben Compton's double century. Goes for a drive at that one, Finch, off the inside part of the bat, and it reaches Ben Green at mid-on. And there is no run. A century and 2 half-centuries for Finch so far. On the back foot. Finds Green once again with a more orthodox shot. And Rishi Patel is waiting for the ball from Ben Green with 2 balls to come. And the wicket comes now to Finch. Full toss, and that is driven through the offside for 4. And that is 50. A very pleasant 50 from Harry Finch, and a patient one in some respects, if not particularly challenging bowling. before and after tea. 4 fours, 107 balls. He gives the most peremptory celebration I've ever seen, and he knows the situation. Bit of applause.
Lewis Hill, hopefully, I suspect, is just beginning to warm up again.
Yep.
Just to say that Derbyshire look increasingly like they're going to hang on against Northants in the persons of Lewis Rees and Brooke Guest, because they haven't lost another wicket and only trail now by 44 runs. There's only 20 overs potentially remaining to be bowled in that game at Wantage Road, and they're 129 for 5.
Rishi Patel to Finch. He'll take a single into the onside. End of the over. 4-4-5 for 8. Finch goes on to 55. He's walked over.
It's very quick, this ball.
Yes, 54. Sorry, yeah, it is very quick. Ahead of the game. It's like they want to get home early. So all the fours. 4-4-4 for 8. Here at Kent, they are now 27 behind. Another delay. I guess it gives me time to tell you that our Friday night show is back in action. Our Friday night live show on BBC Radio Kent tonight, The Huddle, which, as you might expect, is not only reflecting on this game but previewing Gillingham's first game of the season. Tomorrow, up at Accrington, Ben Watts in the BBC Radio Kent pool car is going to make up his way up very stately in terms of the vehicles we have.
You told him the aircon doesn't work.
No, he's got the one which does work. He's fine. Okay. He's all right. No fear. I was telling Richard, you definitely notice it, even when it's 23 degrees when the sun's coming through. You're basically in a glass box, aren't you? But there we go. But yeah, so we'll be previewing that. And then the Sports Hub tomorrow, featuring, well, very much the Gills' first game.
Are they among the promotion favourites for the season?
You know, I haven't looked at the odds, but
it's not usually an indicator that is too far out in terms of whether one approves or not.
I'm going to check that myself, Richard.
It's interesting to see who the odds calculators think has the best chance of promotion. You're not missing any cricket because the conversations between the players have been going on, and indeed the umpires, and now Sol Budden sort of has to bowl. He steps in to Harry Finch, who defends the foolish delivery out towards Rehan Ahmed, who jogs towards it. Gets the odd disapproving look from his teammates, as in he should be walking towards it. Lewis Hill continues to hopefully twist his shoulders at mid-on. Budinger bowls a bit of a long hop, but Finch is kind and just strokes it out to Ahmed, who jokingly shakes his hand as though it had really stung him at extra cover. Budinger bowls. Finch again strokes it out to Ahmed, who has lost the will to even pretend anymore. Leicestershire eyeing the coach home, I would imagine. Budinger bowls. Finch defends carefully. As I say, neither of these two will want to get out. And I suspect, in a way, Leicestershire don't want either of them to get out at this stage.
No.
So go on then.
Which is a very strange position to be in. They are 7th favourites. There we go.
Sound about right to you?
I think most Gillingham fans will be happy with that as well.
In goes Budinger, and Finch strokes it out to Ahmed
yeah,
again.
Probably feels about right that they've had a couple of disappointing seasons, having brought some players in as well. The owners have not been shy of spending a bit of money, but hoping for better this year under Gareth Ainsworth.
Will be the press conferences will be entertaining, and the interviews, and so on and so forth. He'll be a good man to.
Yeah, he's always good value.
To.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah,
cooperative normally as well. As Budinger goes in and Finch goes back and defends. Budinger bowls another maiden. 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 7 for Sol. Entirely unthreatening off spin from him.
he took over in March last year, and Gillingham were 12 unbeaten in total right at the end of the year. So
that's
finished well, although they finished 17th, which was well below their expectations. So, but the owners this year have said that they were very bullish, the American owners, when they came over, and understandably so. And they spent not inconsiderable money on reinforcing the team, and said unabashedly, promotion is the aim. That's what we're impatient for promotion. And after 2 seasons where it hasn't really worked out, I think very sensibly they've said it's going to take longer. We need to be more realistic, and encouraging the fan base as well. I think most Gillingham fans are exactly the same now, thinking top half finish would be good. Let's make our way up, but top 7 would be great. I mean, that gets you in the playoffs. Here's Patel to Agar, back at the bowl, and there's no run. Leicester City won't be in action until next weekend. I think the Championship starts.
Yes.
Yeah, having been relegated last year, but the Premier League is a punishing old place, isn't it, these days? As it wasn't before. It's Patel to Agar. I'd love to. I mean, the effects microphone's on. I'd love to hear more of the ironic chat going on there. As Peter Hanscom, was that some sort of encouragement to Rishi Patel with his arms crossed? Is he going to uncross his arms before the ball's bowled? Just about. As Agar.
He did not crouch at all, did he?
No, you'll be able to see this on the stream as well. He's got his hands behind his back. He's got a weary look, hasn't he, Peter Hanscom, as you say. He didn't go into a crouch. He just sort of offed his hands vaguely behind Wes Agar, who has turned that into the onside. Single take, and there is some applause. I'm sure Wes Agar will be joining in on this. He's a genial man when the pressure's off. So he takes that lightning single. Harry Finch does a bit of gardening. He's 54 not out. He wants a Reddinger here. 4.45 for 8. It's good for the average. So over the wicket comes Patel. Finch blocks that away studiously. But no, Gareth Ainsworth, as you say, is good value. He's good with the media, and we've not. He is still threatening. He is still promising that he'll play with his band at Priestfield at some point. But I didn't mean threatening. But
party, perhaps.
Well, I think that's what he's thinking. He doesn't want to go too early before they've achieved anything. So Patel to Finch, defends that stylishly. End of the over. 4.45 for 8. 4.34. So if these two, by my reckoning, yes, certainly if these two stay intact, 16 minutes. It'll be 16 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for listening. If you're listening this far,
yes, bless you. I guess there'll be some people listening, who listen to every ball, and it's sort of like those who go to every game, especially if you're abroad.
Yeah.
It's becomes a sort of badge of honour.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
You deserve it at the moment. The players, everybody's talking to each other now. The Leicestershire players are sort of gathered in a huddle. The two Kent batters, the two umpires have their hands plunged in their pockets. They've got too far to go to each other, so Ben Debenham's going to have a chat to Rishi Patel. And we are just literally, this is what we are doing, wasting time.
Yeah.
We are just using up what minutes we can to avoid playing cricket, essentially, before Sol Budinger will continue tossing up gentle deliveries to Wes Agar to pat back down the pitch to him.
It is their own time they're wasting, very much.
But them's the rules.
Yeah.
They have to waste this time under the regulations. And Budinger finally steps in and bowls to Agar, who pokes the ball to Rehan. Ben Green's got his hands plunged in his pockets. It is chilly.
Yeah.
He's a sort of deepish gully at the moment. But it just steps in. Bowls. Why the groan of effort from Budinger? The ball's taking an age to get down to Agar, who pushes it back towards mid-on.
I was going to say effort ball, definitely. Is he going to be all right?
The goals are making the noise at the moment as Budinger steps in, bowls, and Agar blocks it back up the pitch on the on side. A giggling Lewis Hill at mid-on. He's given up warming up now. He was really hopeful, I think. First-class wicket. If he was bowling the last over, there might be a chance of it, mightn't there? But otherwise, Hilly, I don't think it's going to happen. Budinger is in again, that silly grunt, and poked. Oh, could there be a run out? No. Agar pushing it towards mid-wicket. Van Beek jogging towards it. Agar took a step or two down, and Finch sent him back.
Yeah, applause from Budinger there. I think he sees the pressure that's coming on these two batters now, and exhorting further heights from his team.
Derbyshire still just 5 down, 17 overs remain at Wantage Road. As Budinger bowls and Agar defends off stump. How many balls has he faced now, Mr. Agar? 41 for his 3 runs. Finch 116 for his 54. All but the last couple of runs were legitimately earned by Harry Finch, I hasten to add. Agar's forward to that one, and it's the end of must be another maiden over from Sol Budinger, indeed, his 4th in a row. 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 7. And the 2 umpires, everyone's going to come together for a chat now. They didn't last time. Umpires must run out of things to say to each other. Basically, they're together solidly for 4 days,
That's true.
aren't they?
Yeah.
May even stay in the same hotel if they're all booked in by the ECB. That'd be awful, wouldn't it? Especially if you didn't get on.
No,
They can't all get on.
No, that's true. That's true.
You would. Don't tell me that joke again, or whatever.
Yeah. Everyone's looking at the pitch. Well, not everyone. There's a little group around umpire Widdop at the far end now. Oh, he's checking the light. He's checking the light. This is good. This is good.
This is hopeful.
Like
and everybody's standing around it to make the light worse, I think.
Sort of put the cap on top of the Megatron there.
Because if they take them off now, that'd be that, wouldn't it? If they say they're going to bring a seamer on, wouldn't that?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. If the light wasn't good enough.
Well, Logan Van Beek's taking his.
Maybe that's why the umpire. That's why the umpires check the light. Oh, so
that means they have to take them off, doesn't it?
Maybe so. Logan Van Beek is
he's got to
triggered the
look
bowl.
willing, hasn't he?
The umpires are then going to get together and say the light's not good enough, are they?
There's no way Van Beek's going to bowl now.
There's nothing happening. Whereas Agar is taking his gloves off and shaking hands. There we go. So
good move.
I think the right result from all concerned.
Indeed. Well, I think the game. Obviously, the game was doomed to a draw after what happened yesterday to a certain extent, but also the feeling from the start really was the nature of the pitch was such. Yes, Matt Parkinson got a lot of turn out of the footholds, but once that sort of died down, with the heavy roller going on this pitch, then I think the game was always doomed to a draw. So Kent will take 13 points from the game, Leicestershire 14 points from the game.
Yeah, really all the life taken out of it, unfortunately, by that day yesterday, wasn't it? With just half an hour available. Even then, it was looking, with the way the game was going, it was probably heading for a draw. But, well, Leicestershire move on. 3 games to go. Looking great in the table as well. And what would be a very memorable season, Richard.
It looks that way, yes. 193 points, Leicestershire now, played 11. Glamorgan in second, played 11, 165, so a 28-point lead at the top of the table for the Foxes with 3 games to go. And Derbyshire will be still in third by my calculations. If they draw, they'll be on 141 points, which will mean they are 24 points behind Glamorgan and 52 behind Leicestershire with 3 games to play.
Well, we wish you very well, Richard, and thank you for your company. And
I enjoyed it as ever. It's always a pleasure to come here. A lovely ground, a lovely club.
Bless you, sir. Well, and all those you still listening, I would say pat yourselves on the back to come this far.
Yes. Thank you very much.
We loved your company and your emails as well.
It.
Yeah, absolutely. Always appreciate your company in these games. It's the One Day Cup next. Will be coverage on the BBC, not commentary on the BBC of the group games. I'm afraid we are precluded from doing that. The deal with the ECB, but certainly coverage on our respective stations, and then back for the County Championship and the knockout stages of the One Day Cup as well for those teams involved. Thank you from me, Matt Cole, from Richard, from Molly and from Ben for your company over the 4 days. We say goodbye here from the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, with the game drawn between Kent and Leicestershire.